Your brain never sees the world. It predicts it first. Close your eyes for just a second and imagine walking through your own home. You already know where the doors are. You know where the furniture sits. You can almost feel yourself moving from one room to another without even looking. Now open your eyes again and ask yourself something strange. How does your brain know all of that before you actually see it? The answer is both fascinating and a little disturbing. Your brain is never waiting for reality to arrive. It is constantly trying to predict what comes next. Long before you become aware of the world around you, your brain has already built its best guess about what you are about to experience. That sounds backwards because we have all been taught that our eyes work like cameras. Light enters your eyes, your brain processes it, and then you see reality exactly as it is. It feels simple. It feels logical. It also happens to be wrong. Modern neuroscience suggests that perception is not a passive recording of the outside world. It is an active process of prediction. Your brain creates a model of reality using memories, past experiences, habits, emotions, and expectations. Then it compares that model with the tiny stream of sensory information coming from your eyes, ears, skin, and every other sense. Most of what you experience is not built from raw information. It is built from intelligent guesses. At first, that idea almost sounds unbelievable. Why would the brain predict anything instead of simply waiting for the facts? The answer is speed. The world moves far too quickly for your brain to analyze every single detail from scratch. Every second your eyes receive an overwhelming amount of visual information. Every sound, every movement, every shadow, every color, every face, and every object could demand attention. If your brain tried to process every detail equally, you would freeze. You would struggle to react to danger. You would become overwhelmed almost instantly. Prediction solves that problem. Instead of starting from zero every moment, your brain starts with an expectation and only updates it when reality proves that expectation wrong. Think about reading a sentence with a missing word. Most of the time your brain fills in the gap before you even notice it is missing. You are not carefully examining every single letter. Your brain predicts the word based on context. That is why you can read quickly without consciously decoding every character. The same thing happens with faces. You do not calculate the distance between someone's eyes or measure the shape of their nose. Your brain predicts who that person is within a fraction of a second because it has seen similar patterns before. This predictive system becomes even more obvious when it makes mistakes. Have you ever thought your phone vibrated in your pocket only to discover nothing happened? That sensation felt completely real. Your brain expected a notification because you were thinking about your phone or waiting for a message. That expectation became strong enough that your brain briefly created the experience itself. The vibration never existed outside your body, yet your experience of it felt completely convincing. The same principle explains many optical illusions. Some images seem to move even though they are perfectly still. Some shapes appear larger or smaller depending on what surrounds them. Your eyes are not broken. Your brain is doing exactly what it evolved to do. It predicts the most likely explanation based on previous experience. Most of the time, those predictions help you survive. Occasionally, they fool you. Scientists often describe this process as predictive processing, instead of treating the brain as a machine that simply reacts to information. This idea suggests the brain is constantly generating predictions about the world. Incoming sensory information acts like feedback. When reality matches the prediction, almost nothing changes because the brain was already expecting it. When reality does not match, the brain creates what researchers call a prediction error. That error tells the brain to adjust its internal model so future predictions become more accurate. In other words, your brain is learning every second by measuring the gap between expectation and reality. This explains something deeply personal about human experience. Two people can witness the exact same event and walk away with completely different memories. They are not necessarily lying. Their brains entered the moment carrying different expectations, different emotional states, and different past experiences. Those invisible predictions shaped what each person noticed, ignored, remembered, and believed. Reality passed through two completely different internal models. Now think about how much of your daily life depends on this system. When you catch a ball, your brain predicts where it will land before it gets there. When someone finishes your sentence, their brain predicts the words before you speak them. When you drive a familiar route and barely remember the journey afterward, your brain relies on predictions built through repetition. Without prediction, even the simplest tasks would become painfully slow. But there is another side to this story that is much harder to accept. If your brain depends so heavily on prediction, then your beliefs influence what you notice. Your fears influence what you perceive. Your expectations influence what feels true. Someone convinced that the world is dangerous notices every possible threat. Someone expecting rejection interprets neutral expressions as criticism. Someone expecting success often notices opportunities that others completely miss. The outside world has not changed. The prediction inside the brain has. This does not mean reality is fake. It means your experience of reality is always being constructed. Your senses provide information, but your brain decides what that information probably means. Every moment is a negotiation between what is actually out there and what your brain already believes is likely to be out there. Most of the time, that system works so well you never notice it. You simply feel like you are seeing the world exactly as it is. The astonishing truth is that you are not watching reality unfold like a camera recording a scene. You are living inside a constantly updated prediction that is being corrected thousands of times every single second. Your brain is not a passive observer. It is an active creator, forever building the reality you experience before you even realize you are looking at it. The hidden prediction machine running every moment of your life. Imagine trying to survive if every sound, every face, every movement, and every object had to be understood from scratch. You would wake up every morning as if the world were completely new. A chair would not immediately look like something you could sit on. A familiar voice would not instantly belong to someone you love. Even catching a ball or crossing a busy street would become painfully slow because your brain would have to analyze every tiny detail before making a decision. Life would feel overwhelming. That is exactly why your brain evolved one of the most remarkable systems in nature. Hidden beneath your conscious awareness is a prediction machine that works every single second of your life, silently preparing you for what it believes will happen next. The incredible part is that you never notice it. You only notice the finished experience. It feels as though you are simply reacting to the world, but your brain is already several steps ahead. Before someone finishes speaking, your brain is predicting the rest of their sentence. Before your hand reaches for a glass, your brain has already calculated its weight, its shape, and how tightly your fingers should grip it. Before your foot touches the ground while walking, your brain has already predicted where your balance will be. Thousands of these predictions happen every second without asking for your permission. Think about how often you finish someone else's sentence in your head. Sometimes they say exactly what you expected. Other times they surprise you. That tiny feeling of surprise is not random. It is your prediction machine realizing it guessed wrong. Your brain immediately updates its internal model, learns from the mistake, and prepares a better prediction for the next moment. It is constantly running this cycle of guessing, checking, correcting, and guessing again. This process never stops, even while you sleep. Scientists believe this predictive system is one of the brain's most important jobs because the world changes too quickly for pure reaction. Light reaches your eyes in an instant. Sounds arrive from every direction. Your body is constantly moving. Waiting for complete information before acting would leave you dangerously behind reality. Instead, your brain fills in the missing pieces before they fully arrive. Most of the time, those predictions are astonishingly accurate, which is why you experience the world as smooth, stable, and continuous instead of chaotic and confusing. A simple conversation reveals how powerful this system really is. As someone talks, you are not hearing isolated words. Your brain uses tone of voice, facial expressions, context, and past experience to predict what they are about to say. That is why conversations flow so naturally. If you had to consciously process every individual sound, normal speech would feel painfully slow. Prediction allows your mind to stay ahead of the present moment. The same thing happens with vision. Your eyes do not capture a perfect picture of reality. In fact, parts of your visual field contain surprisingly little detail. Your brain fills those gaps using expectations built from everything it has learned throughout your life. When you look around your room, it feels complete and detailed, but your brain is actually reconstructing much of that experience using predictions. You rarely notice because the predictions are usually correct. This hidden system also explains why routines become effortless. Think about tying your shoes or brushing your teeth. When you first learned those skills, every movement demanded attention. You had to think about each step. After years of repetition, your prediction machine took over. Now your brain already knows what comes next before you consciously think about it. Actions that once required enormous effort now happen almost automatically because your internal model has become incredibly accurate. But prediction is not only about movement. It also shapes your emotions. Imagine hearing a loud noise in the middle of the night. Before you even identify the source, your heart may start racing. Your brain instantly predicts possible danger based on limited information. Only afterward does it gather more evidence. If it turns out to be nothing more than a window moving in the wind, your body relaxes. The prediction changes. The emotional response changes with it. This is why expectations have such enormous power over human experience. If you expect a situation to be stressful, your brain begins preparing your body before anything stressful has actually happened. Your muscles tighten. Your breathing changes. Your attention narrows. The prediction itself starts shaping reality. On the other hand, if you expect something familiar and safe, your brain prepares an entirely different experience. The outside world may be identical, but your internal prediction changes how you live through it. Researchers studying predictive processing suggest that your brain is constantly comparing its expectations with incoming sensory information. Whenever reality matches the prediction, everything continues smoothly. Whenever reality differs, the brain generates what is known as a prediction error. That error is not a failure. It is one of the brain's greatest teachers. It forces your internal model to become more accurate, helping you adapt to new environments, new people, and new challenges. Think about learning to drive. At first, every movement feels uncertain. You consciously watch mirrors, judge speed, control the steering wheel, and monitor traffic all at once. Your prediction machine is inexperienced, so it makes frequent errors. With practice, those errors become smaller. Eventually, your brain predicts traffic patterns, road conditions, and vehicle movements almost effortlessly. What once felt impossible becomes second nature, because your hidden prediction system has refined itself through thousands of tiny corrections. Perhaps the most astonishing realization is that this prediction machine has been shaping every moment of your life since you were born. Every memory, every habit, every fear, every skill, and every relationship has quietly updated the model your brain uses to understand the world. You never experience reality as completely raw information. You experience reality after it has already been filtered through billions of predictions built from your entire life. The world feels immediate and obvious, but beneath that effortless experience is an invisible engine working faster than you could ever imagine, constantly guessing what comes next so you can move through life without ever realizing how much of your reality was prepared before you became aware of it. Why reality is more like a controlled guess than a photograph. Picture yourself standing in a crowded street. Cars are moving in every direction. People are talking. Music is playing somewhere in the distance. A bicycle passes behind you. A child laughs. The smell of food drifts through the air. It feels as though your brain is taking in every detail at once, almost like a camera recording the entire scene with perfect accuracy. But that feeling is one of the greatest illusions your mind creates. Your brain is not capturing reality like a photograph. It is constructing the most likely version of reality from incomplete information. What you experience every second is less like an exact recording and more like a carefully controlled guess. That idea can feel uncomfortable because it challenges one of our deepest assumptions. We trust our senses. We believe that seeing means knowing. If our eyes are open, then what we experience must be objective reality. Yet the brain has never had direct access to the outside world. It never touches a tree, hears a voice, or sees a sunset. All it receives are tiny electrical signals traveling through your nervous system. Those signals are incomplete and often noisy. Somehow, from that limited information, your brain has to build the rich world you experience every waking moment. Think about watching a movie online when your internet connection slows down. The video player often predicts what the next frame should look like until the real data arrives. Most of the time you never notice because the prediction is close enough. Your brain works in a surprisingly similar way. Instead of waiting for every piece of sensory information, it constantly fills in the missing parts using memory, experience, and expectation. The result feels seamless, but behind the scenes your mind is making educated guesses every fraction of a second. This becomes obvious whenever those guesses fail. Optical illusions are a perfect example. Two lines that are exactly the same length can appear completely different because your brain interprets them within a surrounding context. A stationary picture can seem to move. A color can appear lighter or darker, depending on the colors around it. Nothing is wrong with your eyes. Your brain is simply choosing the interpretation that has been most useful throughout your life. Most of the time, that strategy works beautifully. Occasionally, it reveals the hidden process behind perception. Even something as simple as reading demonstrates this remarkable ability. You rarely focus on every single letter in a familiar word. Your brain predicts the word before your eyes finish processing it. That is why you can often read a sentence even when a few letters are missing or slightly out of place. The prediction is so strong that your conscious mind barely notices the gaps. Reality feels complete because your brain quietly completed it for you. Faces provide another powerful example. Imagine meeting a close friend in a busy crowd. You recognize them almost instantly, even from a distance or at an unusual angle. Your brain is not carefully measuring every feature before reaching a conclusion. It predicts the identity using patterns it has learned over years of experience. This ability allows you to react with incredible speed, but it also explains why people sometimes mistake strangers for someone they know. The prediction arrived before enough evidence was available. Scientists studying predictive processing suggest that perception is a continuous conversation between expectation and sensory evidence. Your brain begins with a prediction about what it believes is happening. Incoming information either confirms that prediction or challenges it. If everything matches, your experience feels smooth and effortless. If something unexpected appears, your brain updates its model and creates a new prediction almost instantly. This endless cycle happens so quickly that you experience only the final result, never the construction process itself. The reason your brain relies on controlled guesses is simple. It has to keep you alive. Imagine hearing a sudden rustle in tall grass thousands of years ago. Waiting to gather perfect evidence before reacting could have been fatal. Predicting danger first and correcting later was often the safer strategy. Evolution rewarded brains that could make fast, intelligent guesses rather than slow, perfect calculations. That ancient survival system still operates inside you today, even though your daily challenges have changed dramatically. This also explains why expectations can completely transform experience. If you expect a drink to taste sweet, your brain begins preparing for sweetness before the liquid even reaches your tongue. If you believe someone dislikes you, your brain starts interpreting their facial expressions through that expectation. Neutral behavior may suddenly seem cold or unfriendly. The prediction quietly shapes perception long before conscious reasoning has a chance to step in. One of the most fascinating demonstrations of this comes from the placebo effect. When people genuinely believe they are receiving helpful treatment, their brains often trigger measurable physical changes, even when the treatment itself contains no active medicine. Pain decreases. Stress levels shift. Symptoms sometimes improve. This does not happen because people are pretending. It happens because expectation changes how the brain interprets signals coming from the body. The prediction influences the experience. The opposite can happen as well. If someone strongly expects pain, discomfort, or failure, the brain becomes more sensitive to signals that support those expectations. A harmless sensation may suddenly feel threatening. A small mistake may seem like proof of incompetence. Once again, the prediction is quietly shaping the reality being experienced. None of this means the outside world is imaginary. Reality exists independently of your mind. What changes is the version of reality your brain presents to you. Think of it as an artist creating a painting rather than a camera taking a picture. The artist begins with a rough sketch, adds details, adjusts colors, and constantly refines the image until it feels complete. Your brain follows a remarkably similar process, except it performs that masterpiece thousands of times every second without you ever noticing. Perhaps the most astonishing part is that you have lived your entire life inside this system without realizing it. Every conversation, every memory, every emotion, and every decision has been shaped by a brain that is constantly predicting first and correcting later. The world feels solid, immediate, and unquestionably real, but beneath that certainty lies an invisible process of endless prediction. What you call reality is not a perfect photograph of the world. It is the brain's best controlled guess, updated moment by moment, allowing you to move through an impossibly complex universe with speed, confidence, and the comforting illusion that you are simply seeing things exactly as they are. The milliseconds your brain hides from your consciousness. Right now, as you listen to these words, something extraordinary is happening that you will never directly experience. There is a tiny slice of time missing from your awareness. It is not because your brain is slow. It is because your brain is protecting you from how slow reality actually reaches your consciousness. Every sight, every sound, every touch, and every movement arrives in your conscious mind slightly late. Yet you never notice the delay. Instead, your brain quietly edits time itself, stitching together a seamless version of reality that feels perfectly immediate. That sounds almost impossible because your experience feels instant. If someone drops a glass, you see it fall. If a ball flies toward your face, you react. If someone calls your name, you turn around. Everything appears to happen in real time. But beneath that effortless experience lies an incredible secret. Your brain needs time to collect information, process it, compare it with past experiences, make predictions, and finally create the conscious experience you call the present. All of that takes precious milliseconds. Those milliseconds may sound insignificant, but in the language of the brain, they are enormous. Electrical signals have to travel from your eyes to different regions of the brain. Your ears send vibrations that must be translated into meaningful sounds. Your skin sends millions of tiny signals about temperature, pressure, and movement. None of this happens instantly. Every sensation arrives with a delay. If your conscious mind had to wait for every piece of information exactly as it arrived, the world would constantly feel behind itself. Imagine trying to drive a car while looking through a camera feed that is delayed by even a fraction of a second. Every turn would come too late. Every obstacle would appear after you had already reached it. Even walking would become incredibly difficult because your actions would always be reacting to the past instead of preparing for the future. Your brain solves this impossible problem in the only way it can. It predicts where reality is going to be before all the information arrives. Think about catching a baseball. By the time the image of the ball reaches your conscious awareness, the ball has already moved. If you reached for where you consciously saw it, you would miss almost every catch. Instead, your brain calculates its speed, direction, and future position before you are even aware of making a decision. What feels like a simple reaction is actually a carefully timed prediction. Your body is moving toward where the ball will be, not where it was. The same hidden timing happens during conversations. When someone speaks, sound waves travel through the air, enter your ears, and are transformed into electrical signals. Your brain then separates words, identifies meaning, predicts the rest of the sentence, and prepares your response. Yet conversations feel smooth and immediate. You never feel as though you are talking to someone who exists a fraction of a second in the past, because your brain quietly removes that delay from your experience. Scientists studying perception have discovered something remarkable. Conscious awareness does not appear to update continuously like a live video camera. Instead, the brain gathers information over tiny windows of time, processes it, and then presents a unified experience that feels like a continuous present. It is almost as if your mind is constantly creating a finished movie from events that have already happened. You never watch the editing process. You only see the polished result. One fascinating example comes from an effect known as the flash lag illusion. Imagine a moving object passing beside a flashing light. Even when the flash and the moving object are physically aligned at the exact same moment, people often perceive the moving object as being slightly ahead. Why? Because the brain predicts the future position of moving objects to compensate for processing delays. Instead of presenting outdated information, it presents its best estimate of where the object should be by the time you become aware of it. In other words, your brain is constantly trying to stay one step ahead of reality. This invisible editing extends beyond vision. It influences your sense of touch as well. Imagine reaching for a hot pan. Your brain predicts the movement of your hand before it actually arrives. If every adjustment had to wait for complete sensory feedback, your actions would become clumsy and dangerously slow. Prediction allows movement to feel fluid because the brain is always preparing the next action before the current one has fully finished. Even your sense of hearing depends on this hidden manipulation of time. Music would sound completely different if your brain processed every note in isolation. Instead, it groups sounds together, predicts rhythms, and organizes them into meaningful patterns. That is why you can recognize a familiar song after hearing only a few notes. Your brain has already predicted the melody before it fully unfolds. Perhaps the strangest part is that you never feel these corrections happening. Your conscious mind experiences only the final version. Imagine watching a live sports broadcast that secretly removes every camera shake, every delay, and every technical glitch before it reaches your screen. You would assume the event had always looked that smooth. Your brain performs a similar miracle every waking moment. It edits, predicts, fills gaps, and synchronizes information from different senses until everything appears perfectly unified. This hidden editing also explains why your memories can feel so convincing even when they are imperfect. The brain is not simply replaying stored recordings. It reconstructs experiences using fragments, predictions, and expectations. Just as it edits the present, it also edits the past. What feels like a complete memory is often the brain's best reconstruction of what most likely happened. The more scientists uncover about perception, the clearer one truth becomes. Consciousness is not a direct window into reality. It is the final product of an astonishing amount of invisible work. Every fraction of a second, your brain collects delayed information, predicts the immediate future, corrects its own mistakes, synchronizes multiple senses, and then delivers a version of reality that feels perfectly current. You never experience the world exactly as it happens. You experience the world after your brain has carefully polished it, removing every noticeable delay and hiding every millisecond of processing that made your seamless reality possible. How your brain fills in massive gaps without you ever noticing. If someone told you that huge parts of your everyday experience are completely missing, you would probably laugh. After all, the world feels whole. Your vision seems continuous. Conversations make sense. Familiar places look complete from corner to corner. Nothing appears broken or unfinished. But that feeling of completeness is one of the brain's greatest achievements. The truth is that your mind is constantly filling in enormous gaps, and it does it so flawlessly that you almost never realize anything was missing in the first place. The strange part is that your brain is not trying to deceive you. It is trying to help you. Imagine reading a book where every third word had been erased. At first it sounds impossible, but if the sentence has enough context, you would still understand most of it. Your brain would quietly fill in the missing words without slowing you down. You would not stop at every blank space because your mind naturally predicts what belongs there. That same process is happening every moment, not just while reading, but while seeing, hearing, remembering, and even understanding the people around you. Take your vision, for example. It feels like you can see everything in front of you with perfect detail. Yet that is not how your eyes actually work. Only a very small area in the center of your vision captures fine detail. Everything outside that tiny area is much less precise than it feels. On top of that, each eye has a natural blind spot where the optic nerve connects to the retina. There are no light-detecting cells there at all. In other words, there is literally a hole in the visual information entering each eye. You would think those holes should appear as black circles floating in your vision, but they never do. Your brain simply fills them in. It looks at the surrounding colors, patterns, and shapes, then creates what it believes should exist in the missing space. You experience a smooth, uninterrupted world because your brain quietly paints over the empty areas before your conscious mind ever notices. Now think about how often your eyes move. Every second they make rapid jumps called saccades, shifting your focus from one point to another. During those tiny movements, your visual input briefly becomes unstable. If your brain showed you every raw frame exactly as it arrived, the world would appear shaky and chaotic. Instead, it suppresses much of that disruption and stitches together a stable picture. What feels like one continuous view is actually a carefully assembled construction built from countless snapshots. The same hidden process happens when you listen to someone speak. Imagine talking with a friend in a noisy restaurant. Plates are clattering. People are laughing. Music is playing in the background. Yet somehow you can still follow the conversation. Your ears are not magically filtering out every distraction. Your brain is using context memory and prediction to fill in words that are partially covered by other sounds. Even when you technically miss pieces of a sentence, you often understand it perfectly because your brain completes the missing information. This becomes obvious when someone points out a word you misheard. Suddenly, you realize the sentence was different from what you believed. Until that moment, your brain had confidently filled the gap with its best guess. It felt completely real because your conscious mind only received the finished version, not the uncertain process behind it. Memory works in much the same way. Many people imagine memories as recordings stored somewhere inside the brain, ready to be replayed whenever needed. But memories are not like videos sitting on a hard drive. Every time you remember an event, your brain rebuilds it from scattered pieces. It combines actual details with emotions, expectations, and everything that makes the story feel complete. Most of the time, this reconstruction is remarkably accurate. Sometimes, however, your brain fills missing pieces with information that seems right rather than information that is objectively true. That is one reason eyewitness accounts can differ so dramatically. Two people can witness the exact same event and later describe it in completely different ways. Neither person is necessarily trying to lie. Each brain quietly filled in different gaps based on previous experiences, emotional states, and personal expectations. The event was the same, but the completed picture became different. This ability to complete incomplete information is one of the reasons humans are so adaptable. Imagine seeing only part of an animal hiding behind a tree. Waiting until you could observe every detail might be dangerous. Instead, your brain predicts what the hidden parts probably look like. Most of the time, those predictions are useful because they allow quick decisions in uncertain situations. Evolution favored brains that could intelligently complete missing information rather than waiting for perfect certainty. Of course, this remarkable skill also has a downside. Once your brain fills a gap, it often treats that completed version as reality. If you expect someone to dislike you, your brain may fill neutral facial expressions with signs of judgment. If you already believe a situation is dangerous, your brain may interpret ordinary sounds as evidence supporting that belief. The missing information is quietly completed in ways that match your expectations. This explains why first impressions can be so powerful. Within seconds of meeting someone, your brain has only a tiny amount of actual information. Yet it quickly fills the empty spaces with assumptions about personality, trustworthiness, confidence, or kindness. Later, as you learn more about the person, many of those early assumptions may turn out to be wrong. But in the moment, they felt completely real because your brain dislikes unfinished pictures. Even creativity depends on this remarkable ability. When you hear the beginning of a melody, your brain predicts where it might go next. When you read a mystery novel, your mind constantly fills in possibilities before the ending arrives. When you look at clouds and suddenly recognize familiar shapes, your brain is organizing incomplete patterns into meaningful images. It is always searching for order, always completing what is unfinished. The astonishing reality is that your experience of the world is far less complete than it feels. Every second your senses deliver fragments, not perfection. Your brain takes those fragments, combines them with memories, predictions, emotions, and expectations, then creates a seamless experience that feels effortless and unquestionable. You never notice the missing pieces because your brain has already replaced them before they reach your awareness. What feels like a flawless window into reality is actually one of the most sophisticated acts of reconstruction your mind performs, quietly filling enormous gaps every moment of your life while convincing you that nothing was ever missing at all. Why two people can witness the same event and experience different realities. Imagine two people standing side by side, watching the exact same event unfold. They are looking in the same direction. They hear the same words. They witness the same actions. A few hours later, someone asks them what happened. Surprisingly, their stories are different. One remembers the speaker as calm and confident. The other insists the speaker seemed nervous and defensive. One focuses on a kind gesture that happened in the middle of the conversation. The other barely remembers it at all. Neither person is intentionally lying. Neither is trying to twist the truth. So how can two people share the same moment yet walk away with completely different versions of reality? The answer begins with a simple but unsettling fact. Your brain does not record reality like a security camera. It interprets reality through everything you have ever experienced. Every memory, every fear, Every belief, every expectation, and every emotion becomes part of the lens through which you see the world. Before your conscious mind even realizes what is happening, your brain has already decided what deserves attention and what can safely be ignored. Think about walking into a crowded room. One person immediately notices who looks friendly. Another notices who appears powerful. Someone else pays attention to possible threats. Another person becomes fascinated by the decorations or the music. The room itself has not changed, but each brain is searching for different information because each brain has learned that different things matter. This filtering process happens automatically. Your senses collect far more information than your conscious mind could ever handle. Every second your eyes receive millions of bits of visual information. Your ears pick up countless sounds. Your skin detects pressure, temperature, and movement. If your brain tried to present all of it equally, your mind would become overwhelmed almost instantly. Instead, it chooses what seems most important based on your past experiences and current expectations. Imagine someone who was bitten by a dog as a child. Years later, they walk through a neighborhood and notice every barking dog, every open gate, and every sudden movement. Another person with only positive experiences around dogs may barely notice them at all. The environment is identical, but the brain's prediction system is not. One mind is constantly scanning for danger, while the other expects safety. Those expectations quietly shape what each person experiences as reality. This influence becomes even stronger when emotions enter the picture. Think about a day when you felt confident and optimistic. Small problems probably seemed manageable. A stranger's neutral expression did not bother you. A delayed message from a friend was easy to ignore. Now remember a day when you felt anxious or insecure. The exact same situations might have felt completely different. A neutral face suddenly looked unfriendly. A delayed reply seemed personal. A harmless comment sounded like criticism. The outside world remained the same, but your emotional state changed the meaning your brain assigned to it. Scientists studying perception and memory have found that the brain is constantly combining incoming information with existing beliefs and expectations. Instead of asking what is objectively happening, your brain often asks a different question. Based on everything I already know, what is most likely happening right now? Most of the time, this strategy helps you make quick and useful decisions. But it also means that two different people can construct two different realities from the exact same event. Memory adds another fascinating layer to this process. Many people imagine remembering as if they are replaying a recording stored inside the brain. In reality, every memory is reconstructed each time it is recalled. Your brain pieces together fragments of what happened, fills missing details with what seems most likely, and rebuilds the experience into a coherent story. That reconstruction is influenced by your current beliefs and emotions. In other words, your memories are not frozen in time. They continue evolving as your understanding of the world changes. This helps explain why family members sometimes disagree about events they all lived through together. Ask siblings about a childhood vacation, and you may hear completely different stories. One remembers feeling joyful and adventurous. Another remembers feeling ignored or frightened. The vacation itself was real, but each child experienced it through a different emotional lens. Years later, those emotional interpretations become part of the memory itself. Even something as ordinary as watching a sporting event reveals this hidden process. Two fans supporting opposing teams can witness the exact same referee decision and come away absolutely convinced that justice was either served or completely ignored. Each brain pays more attention to evidence supporting its expectations while minimizing information that challenges them. It feels like objective observation, but beneath the surface the prediction system is quietly shaping perception. This is also why first impressions can be so difficult to change. Within moments of meeting someone, your brain creates an initial model of who they are. After that, it naturally notices details that fit the model more easily than details that contradict it. If your first impression is positive, small mistakes may be forgiven. If your first impression is negative, those exact same mistakes may appear much more serious. Reality has not changed. The prediction guiding your perception has. None of this means truth does not exist. It means that human experience is never a perfect mirror of the outside world. Every person carries a unique collection of memories, beliefs, habits, fears, and expectations. Those invisible experiences shape attention, influence interpretation, and even affect what becomes part of memory. We all live in the same physical world, but no two brains construct that world in exactly the same way. Perhaps that is one of the most important things to understand about being human. When someone remembers an event differently or reacts in a way that seems confusing, it does not always mean they are dishonest or irrational. It may simply mean their brain built a different version of the same moment, using a lifetime of different experiences. Every conscious mind is constantly editing, filtering, predicting, and reconstructing reality. The world may be shared, but the reality each of us experiences is deeply personal, quietly shaped by a brain that never stops interpreting long before we ever become aware of what we believe we have seen. The strange reason you almost never notice your blind spot. Here is something almost impossible to believe. At this very moment, there is a hole in your vision. Not a tiny blur, not a shadow hiding in the corner of your eye. An actual area where your eyes receive no visual information at all. And yet, unless someone points it out or you perform a simple experiment, you will probably go your entire life without noticing it. That sounds like a flaw in human vision, but it is actually one of the clearest examples of how your brain creates reality instead of simply observing it. Most people imagine that their eyes capture a complete picture of the world and send it to the brain like a perfectly finished photograph. But your eyes are far from perfect cameras. Inside each eye is a place where the optic nerve leaves the retina and travels toward the brain. Because that spot is occupied by the nerve itself, there are no light-detecting cells there. Any light that lands on that area is simply not detected. In other words, every one of us has a blind spot built directly into our vision. The strange part is not that the blind spot exists. The strange part is that you never see it. If your brain worked like a simple recording device, you would expect to notice a permanent black circle floating somewhere in front of you every moment of your life. Imagine trying to read a book with a missing section on every page or watching a movie with a hole cut out of the screen. It would be impossible to ignore. But that never happens. Instead, your brain quietly removes the gap before you are even aware that anything is missing. How does it do that? The answer reveals one of the most remarkable abilities of the human mind. Your brain refuses to leave empty spaces. Whenever information is missing, it immediately searches for clues in the surrounding area. It looks at nearby colors, edges, textures, and patterns, then makes an incredibly accurate prediction about what should exist inside the gap. That prediction is inserted into your conscious experience so seamlessly that it feels like you were seeing the complete image all along. Imagine looking at a blue sky. If your blind spot falls on part of that sky, your brain simply extends the blue color across the missing area. If your blind spot lands on a brick wall, your brain continues the pattern of the bricks. If it falls on someone's shirt, your brain completes the fabric as though nothing were missing. It is constantly painting over the empty space with its best guess, and most of the time that guess is so accurate that you never question it. This tells us something profound about perception. Your brain cares less about showing you every raw detail and more about giving you a stable, useful experience. From an evolutionary point of view, a seamless world is far more valuable than a perfectly honest one. Imagine stopping every few seconds because your vision contained obvious holes. You would waste precious time analyzing missing information instead of reacting to what mattered. By filling the gaps automatically, your brain allows you to move through the world quickly and confidently. The blind spot is only one example of this hidden editing process. Every second your eyes make rapid movements called saccades, jumping from one point to another several times each second. During those movements, the image reaching your eyes briefly shifts and blurs. If your conscious mind experienced every one of those jumps exactly as they happened, the world would appear shaky and unstable. Instead, your brain suppresses much of that disruption and stitches together a smooth visual experience. You believe you are watching one continuous scene, but in reality your brain is assembling countless fragments into a single coherent picture. This same strategy appears throughout your daily life. When someone speaks in a noisy room, you often understand words that were partially covered by other sounds. When you read a familiar sentence, your brain predicts missing letters without slowing you down. When an object is partly hidden behind another object, you still perceive it as complete. Your mind constantly completes unfinished information because an incomplete world would be far too difficult to navigate. Scientists often describe this as the brain using prior knowledge to interpret incoming sensory information. Instead of waiting until every detail is available, your brain combines what it already knows with the limited information arriving from your senses. The result is not a perfect copy of reality. It is the most probable version of reality based on everything your brain has learned throughout your life. This ability is incredibly powerful, but it also explains why we can sometimes be fooled. Optical illusions work because they exploit the rules your brain normally uses to fill gaps and predict patterns. The illusion is not tricking your eyes. It is revealing the assumptions your brain quietly makes every moment. When those assumptions happen to be wrong, you suddenly catch a glimpse of the machinery that usually stays hidden. The most astonishing part is that your blind spot has been with you since the day you were born. Every sunrise you have watched, every face you have recognized, every landscape you have admired, every page you have read has contained missing visual information. Yet your brain has filled those gaps so perfectly that you never questioned the completeness of your experience. It has been editing reality every waking second without asking for your permission or announcing that it was doing anything at all. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson your blind spot has to teach. The things you do not notice are often more revealing than the things you do. Your brain is not simply showing you the world exactly as it exists. It is constructing a version of the world that is stable, efficient, and useful enough to help you survive. The empty spaces are quietly replaced before they ever reach your awareness, leaving you with the comforting illusion that you are seeing everything. In truth, what feels like complete vision is one more masterpiece of prediction, reconstruction, and invisible editing performed by a brain that never stops filling in the blanks. How expectations quietly rewrite what you see, hear, and feel. Have you ever noticed how a single thought can completely change what happens next? You are waiting for an important text message, and suddenly every tiny sensation in your pocket feels like your phone vibrating. You walk alone at night after watching a horror movie, and ordinary shadows begin to look suspicious. You hear a strange noise in your house, and before you even know what caused it, your heart is already racing. In every one of these moments, something invisible is shaping your experience long before you consciously understand what is happening. That invisible force is expectation, and it has far more control over your reality than most people ever realize. We like to believe that we experience the world first and form opinions afterward. It feels logical. You see something, then you decide what it means. You hear a sound, then you interpret it. You feel a sensation, then you react. But your brain rarely works in that order. Instead, it constantly creates expectations based on your past experiences, your emotions, your memories, and your beliefs. Those expectations act like a blueprint, quietly influencing what your senses notice before your conscious mind ever gets involved. Imagine walking into a room where you believe everyone dislikes you. Before anyone even speaks, your brain has already started searching for evidence that confirms that expectation. A neutral facial expression suddenly looks cold. A person who is simply distracted seems rude. Someone who forgets to smile appears unfriendly. Nothing in the room has objectively changed, yet your experience feels completely real because your brain is interpreting everything through the filter it created before you walked through the door. Now imagine the opposite. You enter the same room believing everyone is excited to see you. The exact same expressions suddenly appear welcoming. A quiet person seems thoughtful instead of distant. Small conversations feel warm rather than awkward. Once again, the environment has not changed. What changed was the prediction your brain carried into the moment. This happens because your brain is not trying to discover every possible interpretation of reality. That would take far too much time and energy. Instead, it asks a much faster question. Based on everything I already know, what is the most likely explanation? Most of the time, this shortcut helps you make quick decisions. But it also means your expectations quietly influence what feels true. Think about tasting food. Researchers have found that expectations can change the way people describe the exact same flavor. If someone believes an expensive bottle of wine is high quality, they often report that it tastes richer and more enjoyable than an identical wine labeled as inexpensive. The liquid has not changed, but the expectation has. The brain prepares for a better experience before the first sip even reaches the tongue. The same principle appears in music. Imagine hearing a famous musician perform a song. Because you expect brilliance, your brain pays attention to the beautiful moments and overlooks small imperfections. Now imagine hearing the exact same performance from someone you believe is an amateur. Suddenly, those same imperfections become much more noticeable. Your ears received the same sounds, but your expectations changed the experience. Even pain is deeply connected to prediction. If you expect something to hurt, your brain begins preparing your body before the event even happens. Your muscles tighten, your attention narrows, your nervous system becomes more alert. As a result, the experience often feels more painful than it otherwise would. On the other hand, when people genuinely believe they are receiving effective treatment, they sometimes experience real relief, even if the treatment contains no active medicine. This remarkable phenomenon, known as the placebo effect, demonstrates that expectation is not simply a thought. It can influence the brain's interpretation of signals coming from the body itself. Expectations also shape the way we hear other people. Imagine receiving a short message that simply says, "We need to talk." If you are already anxious, your brain may instantly predict conflict. Your heart beats faster. Your mind starts replaying possible mistakes. Yet the conversation might turn out to be good news. Another person reading the exact same message while expecting something positive may feel curiosity instead of fear. The words are identical. The experience is completely different because expectation filled in the emotional meaning before reality had the chance to explain itself. One of the most fascinating things about this process is that it usually happens outside conscious awareness. You do not wake up each morning deciding to reinterpret the world. Your brain does it automatically. It uses every memory you have ever collected to create predictions about what comes next. Those predictions quietly influence where your attention goes, what details stand out, and how you emotionally respond before you even realize a choice has been made. This is why two people can leave the same meeting with completely different impressions. One person remembers encouragement. Another remembers criticism. One recalls opportunities. Another remembers obstacles. They are not necessarily being dishonest. Each brain highlighted different pieces of information because each person entered the room carrying different expectations. The more often an expectation is repeated, the stronger it becomes. If you repeatedly expect failure, your brain begins searching for signs that failure is coming. Small setbacks suddenly feel enormous. Successes are dismissed as luck. Eventually, the prediction becomes so familiar that it feels like an unquestionable fact. The opposite is also true. People who expect progress tend to notice possibilities that others overlook. They still encounter problems, but their brains naturally search for solutions because that is the pattern they have learned to expect. This does not mean positive thinking magically changes reality. The outside world continues to exist with all of its uncertainty and complexity. What changes is the way your brain organizes the information it receives. Expectations influence attention, interpretation, memory, and emotion, making certain parts of reality feel louder, while other parts quietly fade into the background. Perhaps the most remarkable realization is that every moment of your life is shaped by predictions you rarely notice. Long before you consciously see a face, hear a voice, or feel an emotion, your brain has already begun writing a first draft of what that experience will mean. Most of the time, those predictions help you move through the world quickly and efficiently. Sometimes they protect you, sometimes they mislead you, but they are always there, silently rewriting what you see, hear, and feel until the finished experience seems so natural that you mistake it for reality itself. When your brain chooses confidence over accuracy, think about the last time you were absolutely certain about something, only to discover later that you were completely wrong. Maybe you were convinced you left your keys on the kitchen table, only to find them in your jacket pocket. Maybe you were sure someone said one thing, only for another person to insist they heard something entirely different. Or perhaps you confidently remembered an event from years ago, only to see an old photograph that proved your memory had quietly changed over time. Moments like these are frustrating because they force us to question something we rarely doubt. If our brain can feel so certain while being so wrong, what exactly is confidence based on? Most of us assume confidence and accuracy go together. If we are unsure, we hesitate. If we are certain, we believe we must be correct. It feels like confidence is evidence that our brain has carefully checked every fact before reaching a conclusion. But your brain is not designed to maximize accuracy at every moment. It is designed to help you survive, make decisions quickly, and keep moving forward. In many situations, acting with confidence is far more useful than waiting for perfect certainty. Imagine our distant ancestors hearing a sudden rustle in the bushes. There were only two possibilities. It could be the wind, or it could be a predator. Waiting until every piece of evidence was collected might have produced a more accurate answer, but it also could have been fatal. Reacting immediately, even if the prediction turned out to be wrong, dramatically increased the chances of survival. Evolution rewarded brains that could make fast decisions under uncertainty, not brains that always demanded complete proof. That ancient strategy is still operating inside you today. Every second your brain receives incomplete information from the outside world. Instead of waiting for every missing detail, it builds the most likely explanation based on your past experiences, current expectations, and the patterns it has learned throughout your life. Once that explanation feels convincing enough, your brain presents it to your conscious mind with remarkable confidence. The feeling of certainty often arrives long before complete evidence does. Think about recognizing a familiar face in a crowd. You do not stop to measure the distance between someone's eyes or carefully analyze every feature. Within a fraction of a second, your brain announces, "I know that person." Most of the time it is correct. Occasionally you wave at a complete stranger because your brain filled in missing details too quickly. The mistake is not caused by poor eyesight. It is caused by a prediction that reached confidence before it reached accuracy. The same thing happens during conversations. Imagine hearing only part of a sentence in a noisy room. Instead of admitting uncertainty, your brain automatically fills in the missing words using context. Most of the time you never notice because the prediction is close enough. But every now and then you respond to something the other person never actually said. The confidence felt real. The understanding did not. Memory provides another fascinating example. Many people believe that confidence proves a memory is trustworthy. Yet psychologists have repeatedly found that people can recall events with extraordinary certainty while remembering important details incorrectly. That is because memory is not a perfect recording. Each time you remember something, your brain reconstructs it from scattered pieces. It fills in gaps, smooths inconsistencies, and creates a story that feels complete. Over time, that reconstructed version can become so familiar that confidence grows even if accuracy quietly fades. This explains why eyewitness testimony, while often sincere, is not always reliable. Two honest people can witness the same event and later describe it differently, each believing their version is unquestionably true. Neither person is intentionally inventing details. Their brains simply completed different gaps using different experiences and expectations. Confidence reflects how convincing the internal story feels, not necessarily how closely it matches objective reality. One reason this happens is that uncertainty is mentally uncomfortable. Your brain prefers clear answers because they allow faster decisions. Imagine questioning every object you saw, every sound you heard, and every memory you recalled. Daily life would become exhausting. Instead, your brain resolves uncertainty as quickly as possible, often choosing the explanation that best fits its existing model of the world. Once that explanation is accepted, it feels obvious, even if alternative explanations are equally possible. You can see this process in everyday disagreements. Two friends remember a conversation differently. Each insists they are right. They are not only defending facts, they are defending the version of reality their brains have already completed. Because that internal model feels coherent, confidence naturally follows. The stronger the story fits what the brain already believes, the more convincing it becomes. Emotions can strengthen this illusion even further. When fear, excitement, anger, or embarrassment enters the picture, your brain becomes even more eager to settle on a clear interpretation. A harmless comment may suddenly sound insulting because your emotional state encourages one explanation over another. Later, after emotions calm down, the same situation may look completely different. The event has not changed. Your brain's confidence simply shifted as new information became available. Scientists studying decision-making have discovered that the brain often builds confidence alongside perception itself. It does not first create a perfectly accurate picture and then measure certainty afterward. Instead, confidence emerges from the same predictive processes that construct your experience. In other words, the feeling of being right is itself another output of the brain, not independent proof that you actually are right. This realization is both unsettling and incredibly freeing. It means that certainty should not always be mistaken for truth. Sometimes the strongest opinions are built on incomplete information. Sometimes the loudest feeling of confidence is simply the brain trying to reduce uncertainty as quickly as possible. That does not mean your perceptions are worthless. It means they are human. Perhaps the most surprising lesson is that your brain is not trying to deceive you. It is doing exactly what millions of years of evolution prepared it to do. Faced with an uncertain world, it chooses the explanation that seems most useful, presents it with conviction, and allows you to act without hesitation. Most of the time that strategy works brilliantly. It helps you navigate conversations, recognize faces, avoid danger, and make countless decisions without becoming overwhelmed. But every now and then it reveals its greatest trade-off. Your brain would often rather give you a confident answer today than a perfectly accurate one tomorrow. And that quiet preference shapes far more of your reality than you ever realize. The invisible illusions that shape every ordinary day. When you hear the word illusion, you probably picture a magician making something disappear or a strange image that tricks your eyes into seeing something that is not really there. Those moments are fascinating because they feel unusual. They seem like rare glitches in the way the brain works. But what if the biggest illusion is believing that illusions only happen occasionally? The truth is far stranger. Your brain creates invisible illusions every single day, and most of them are so convincing that you never realize they are happening. From the moment you wake up until the moment you fall asleep, your brain is constantly editing, predicting, filling gaps, and simplifying the overwhelming amount of information surrounding you. Without these hidden shortcuts, even the most ordinary tasks would become exhausting. Walking through a familiar room, recognizing a friend's face, reading a sentence, or listening to a conversation would require enormous mental effort. Instead, your brain quietly builds a version of reality that feels smooth, complete, and immediate. You mistake that construction for objective reality because you have never experienced anything else. Think about how quickly you recognize someone you know. You do not examine every detail of their face before deciding who they are. Often you recognize them from the way they walk, the shape of their silhouette, or even a brief glimpse from the corner of your eye. Your brain fills in the missing details before you consciously notice them. Most of the time it gets everything right. Occasionally you wave at a stranger who only looked similar for a split second. That small mistake reveals the invisible shortcut your brain uses every day. The same thing happens while reading. Right now, you are not consciously analyzing every individual letter. Your brain groups letters into familiar words and predicts what comes next based on context. That is why you can read surprisingly fast and still understand complex ideas. If every word demanded careful decoding, reading would feel painfully slow. Your experience feels effortless because your brain has transformed a complicated task into something automatic. Now think about driving a familiar route. Have you ever arrived at your destination and realized you barely remember the last several minutes of the journey? It can feel almost unsettling, as though your mind disappeared for a while. What actually happened is that your brain relied heavily on predictions built through repetition. Because the route was familiar, it needed far less conscious attention. Your prediction system handled thousands of tiny decisions without constantly asking your awareness to supervise every movement. These invisible illusions also shape the way you experience time. Have you noticed how an exciting vacation seems to pass in the blink of an eye, while waiting in a long line can feel endless? The clock has not changed. Time itself has not sped up or slowed down. What changed was the way your brain processed the experience. When your mind is deeply engaged, it spends less attention tracking the passage of time. When you are bored or anxious, every second receives more attention, making it feel much longer than it actually is. Your emotions create another powerful illusion that often goes unnoticed. Imagine waking up after receiving wonderful news. Suddenly the world feels brighter. Small inconveniences seem insignificant. Strangers appear friendlier. Now imagine waking up after a stressful argument or a sleepless night. The exact same world can suddenly feel heavier, louder, and more frustrating. The streets have not changed. The weather may be identical. What changed is the internal state through which your brain interprets reality. Your emotions quietly color everything you experience without announcing that they are doing so. Expectations work in much the same way. If you expect someone to disappoint you, your brain naturally notices behaviors that confirm that belief. If you expect kindness, you become more aware of friendly gestures. Neither expectation changes reality itself, but each changes which parts of reality stand out. Your attention becomes selective, highlighting some details while allowing countless others to fade into the background. Memory, too, creates one of the most convincing illusions of all. Most people imagine that remembering is like opening a perfectly preserved file inside the brain. In reality, every memory is rebuilt each time you recall it. Your brain pieces together fragments, fills missing spaces, and smooths rough edges until the story feels complete. Because this reconstruction happens automatically, you experience the finished memory as though it were an exact recording. Confidence makes it feel true, even when small details have quietly shifted over the years. Perhaps the most remarkable illusion is the feeling that your conscious mind is fully in control. It feels as though every decision begins with deliberate thought. Yet countless processes have already taken place before you become aware of making a choice. Your brain has evaluated possibilities, predicted outcomes, filtered distractions, and prepared actions long before your conscious awareness catches up. What feels like the beginning of a decision is often the final step of a much longer process unfolding beneath the surface. Scientists continue discovering just how much of our daily experience depends on these invisible shortcuts. They are not flaws in the brain. They are essential survival tools. The world contains far more information than your conscious mind could ever process in real time. Instead of presenting everything equally, your brain builds a simplified model that is fast, useful, and usually accurate enough to keep you safe. It sacrifices perfect precision in exchange for speed and efficiency. This explains why reality feels so stable even though your senses constantly receive incomplete information. Your eyes contain blind spots. Your ears miss sounds. Your attention overlooks countless details. Yet your experience feels complete because your brain quietly repairs every missing piece before you become aware of it. It edits, predicts, and reconstructs reality so seamlessly that you mistake the finished product for the world itself. The most astonishing realization is that these invisible illusions are not rare exceptions to normal perception. They are normal perception. Every conversation you have, every memory you recall, every face you recognize, every emotion you experience, and every decision you make is shaped by a brain that is constantly simplifying an impossibly complex world. You do not occasionally step into an illusion. You live inside a carefully constructed version of reality every moment of every ordinary day. And it is only because your brain performs this extraordinary act of invisible creation that the world feels as effortless and familiar as it does. Why your memories feel real even when they are wrong. Picture a moment from your childhood that you have not thought about in years. Maybe it is your first day at school, a family vacation, a birthday party. You can probably see pieces of it in your mind right now. Faces begin to appear. Voices seem familiar. You remember the feeling of the room, the weather, maybe even the clothes someone was wearing. It feels like you have just opened an old recording that has been stored inside your brain all this time. But what if that is not what memory is at all? What if every time you remember the past, your brain quietly rebuilds it instead of replaying it? That idea sounds almost impossible, because memories feel incredibly real. Some of them are so vivid that you would swear they happened exactly as you remember them. You can almost hear the sounds, smell the air, and feel the emotions all over again. That sense of certainty is powerful. It makes us believe that memory is one of the most reliable things we possess. Yet scientists have discovered something surprising. The feeling that a memory is real is not proof that every detail is accurate. Your brain does not store memories like videos sitting on a hard drive. It stores pieces, fragments of sights, sounds, emotions, conversations, and important details are scattered across different areas of the brain. Then, every time you remember an event, your brain gathers those pieces and reconstructs the experience into a story that makes sense. Most of the time, that reconstruction is close enough to reality that you never notice the difference. But each reconstruction is also an opportunity for tiny changes to slip in. Imagine putting together a puzzle that has several missing pieces. Instead of leaving empty spaces, someone quietly paints new pieces that seem to fit perfectly. At first glance, the picture looks complete. Unless you compare it with the original, you would never realize anything had changed. Your brain works in a remarkably similar way. Whenever details are missing, it fills those gaps using expectations, emotions, and everything it believes most likely happened. This is one reason two siblings can remember the exact same childhood event in completely different ways. One remembers feeling excited and adventurous. The other remembers feeling frightened or ignored. They are not necessarily lying. Each brain reconstructed the memory using different emotional experiences and different details that stood out at the time. The event was shared, but the memories became personal. Emotions have an especially powerful influence on this process. Think about an embarrassing moment from years ago. You may remember every awkward detail with incredible clarity. Yet many of those details may have been exaggerated by the emotional intensity of the experience. Your brain gives emotionally important events special attention because they are more likely to matter for future survival. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the memory often feels, but stronger does not always mean more accurate. This becomes even more fascinating when other people tell us stories about our own past. Imagine hearing the same family story every holiday for 20 years. Eventually, you may begin remembering scenes that you never actually witnessed. The repeated story becomes woven into your own mental picture of the past. Over time, it feels just as authentic as memories that came directly from your own experience. Your brain is less concerned with where every detail came from than with creating a coherent narrative that fits everything else it already believes. Researchers studying memory have demonstrated just how surprisingly flexible this system can be. In carefully designed experiments, people have sometimes become convinced they experienced events that never actually happened. A simple suggestion, a misleading question, or a repeated discussion can influence the way memories are reconstructed. The people involved are not pretending. Their brains genuinely build a memory that feels convincing because it fits naturally into their existing understanding of the world. This does not mean memory is useless. In fact, memory works this way for a very practical reason. Imagine if your brain stored every moment of your life with perfect detail. Finding useful information would become almost impossible. Instead, your brain keeps what seems most important, throws away enormous amounts of unnecessary information, and reconstructs the rest when needed. It values meaning more than perfect precision. That approach makes everyday life far more efficient. When you remember how to ride a bicycle, recognize a friend's face, or find your way home, you do not need an exact recording of every previous experience. You need a flexible system that extracts patterns and helps you predict what to do next. Memory is designed to support the future, not to preserve the past with photographic accuracy. This also explains why memories can change as we change. A conversation that seemed meaningless 10 years ago may suddenly feel deeply significant after a major life experience. A difficult childhood memory may take on a completely different meaning once you become an adult yourself. The facts may remain similar, but the interpretation evolves because your current beliefs become part of the reconstruction process. Every time you revisit the past, your present self quietly participates in rebuilding it. Confidence can make this even more misleading. Many people assume that the memories they remember most vividly must be the most accurate. Surprisingly, confidence and accuracy are not the same thing. A memory repeated many times often becomes easier to recall, and that ease creates the feeling that it must be true. In reality, the brain may simply have become better at remembering the reconstructed version rather than the original event. Perhaps the most astonishing part of all this is that your memories are not broken. They are doing exactly what they evolved to do. They help you understand the world, learn from experience, build relationships, and prepare for the future. They are not perfect recordings because perfect recordings were never the goal. The goal was survival, adaptation, and meaning. The next time you confidently remember a conversation, a childhood moment, or an important turning point in your life, it is worth remembering one remarkable truth. What feels like a crystal clear window into the past is actually a living construction taking shape inside your mind. Every memory is rebuilt from pieces, shaped by emotion, influenced by expectation, and quietly updated each time you recall it. That is why your memories can feel absolutely real even when parts of them are completely wrong, because your brain is not trying to preserve history. It is trying to create the version of the past that best helps you make sense of the present. How the brain edits reality before you become aware of it. Right now, before you consciously notice a single word you are hearing, before you recognize a face, before you decide what something means, your brain has already been hard at work. It has sorted through an overwhelming flood of information, thrown away most of it, filled in what was missing, predicted what was likely to happen next, and stitched everything together into a smooth experience that feels effortless. By the time you become aware of reality, your brain has already edited it. That may be one of the strangest facts about being human. We like to imagine that consciousness is the first place where reality arrives. It feels as though the outside world enters our senses exactly as it is, and only afterward do we begin thinking about it. But neuroscience paints a very different picture. Conscious awareness is not the starting point. It is the final stage of an invisible process that has already been running for fractions of a second behind the scenes. Imagine watching a live television broadcast of a major sporting event. What appears to be happening in real time has actually gone through countless invisible steps. Cameras captured the action. Computers processed the images. Audio was synchronized. Colors were corrected. Signals were transmitted across enormous distances before finally appearing on your screen. The entire process happened so quickly that it felt instantaneous. Your brain works in a surprisingly similar way. By the time reality reaches your conscious awareness, it has already been processed, corrected, organized, and polished. Consider something as simple as recognizing a familiar face. It feels immediate. You glance at someone, and within an instant you know exactly who they are. But hidden beneath that effortless experience, your brain has already analyzed patterns, compared them with years of stored memories, eliminated countless other possibilities, and generated a confident prediction. Only after all of that work is finished does the feeling of recognition reach your conscious mind. The same thing happens when you hear someone speak. Sound waves enter your ears as tiny vibrations with no meaning attached to them. Your brain transforms those vibrations into words, identifies the speaker, predicts the end of each sentence, interprets emotional tone, filters out background noise, and connects everything with previous conversations. All of this takes place before you ever think about responding. Your conscious mind receives only the finished conversation, never the astonishing amount of editing that made understanding possible. Perhaps the most remarkable example is vision. Every second your eyes collect far more information than your conscious mind could ever handle. Colors, movement, light, shadows, depth, and countless objects all compete for attention. Instead of presenting everything equally, your brain decides what matters most. It ignores enormous amounts of information, fills in blind spots, stabilizes your vision while your eyes constantly move, and predicts what hidden objects probably look like. You experience a complete and stable world because your brain quietly removed the chaos before awareness ever had a chance to see it. Think about how often you fail to notice obvious changes in your surroundings. Someone may move an object on your desk, and you do not realize it for hours. A friend gets a new haircut, and it escapes your attention until they mention it. A familiar route changes slightly, yet you continue walking as though nothing happened. This is not because your eyes failed to capture the information. It is because your brain decided that the change was not important enough to include in your conscious experience. Attention is selective, and that selection happens before you know it is happening. This invisible editing becomes even more powerful when emotions are involved. Imagine walking through a dark parking lot after hearing reports about recent crimes. Your brain immediately becomes more sensitive to unexpected sounds, sudden movements, and unfamiliar faces. Harmless events begin to stand out because your prediction system has shifted into a state of caution. Another person walking through the exact same parking lot while feeling completely relaxed may notice almost none of those details. The environment is identical. The edited version of reality is not. Expectations influence this process just as strongly. If you expect someone to be trustworthy, your brain naturally pays more attention to evidence supporting that belief. If you expect deception, the same behaviors may suddenly appear suspicious. Long before conscious reasoning begins, your prediction system is deciding which pieces of information deserve emphasis and which should quietly fade into the background. Scientists studying predictive processing believe this constant editing is one of the brain's greatest strengths. Rather than waiting for complete information, the brain creates an internal model of what it expects the world to be like. Incoming sensory information is compared with that model. When reality matches the prediction, very little changes because the brain was already prepared. When something unexpected happens, the brain updates its model and quickly edits the experience so you can respond without becoming overwhelmed. This explains why reality feels continuous even though your senses are anything but perfect. Your eyes contain blind spots. Your ears miss sounds. Your attention overlooks countless details every second. Yet your conscious experience feels complete because your brain quietly repairs every gap before presenting the finished version. It is less concerned with showing you everything than with showing you what is most useful. Even your decisions are influenced by this hidden editing. Before you consciously choose where to look, what to say, or how to react, your brain has already evaluated possibilities using memories, habits, emotions, and predictions. By the time you feel that you have made a decision, much of the underlying work has already been completed outside awareness. Consciousness often feels like the leader of the process, but in many situations it is arriving after the most important preparation has already taken place. The astonishing truth is that you never experience raw reality. You experience reality after it has passed through one of the most sophisticated editing systems ever created. Every sight has been organized. Every sound has been interpreted. Every gap has been filled. Every prediction has been checked and updated before awareness ever enters the picture. The world feels immediate, not because your brain waits for perfect information, but because it refuses to let you see the unfinished version. Long before you believe you are experiencing the present, your brain has already rewritten it into a seamless story, quietly shaping every moment of your life without ever asking you to notice the edits. The cost of a predictive mind, why we misunderstand the world. Everything you have heard so far might make your brain sound almost magical. It predicts the future, fills in missing information, edits reality, repairs blind spots, and helps you move through an impossibly complex world without becoming overwhelmed. Without this remarkable system, everyday life would be painfully slow and dangerously confusing. But every advantage comes with a price. The very mechanism that allows you to understand the world so quickly is also the reason you misunderstand it so often. Your brain is constantly making predictions because predictions are efficient. They save time. They reduce mental effort. They allow you to react before every detail has arrived. Most of the time, those predictions are astonishingly accurate. But they are still predictions. They are educated guesses, not perfect reflections of reality. And whenever the brain guesses incorrectly, the mistake does not always feel like a mistake. It often feels like absolute truth. Think about how many arguments begin with the phrase, "That is not what I meant." One person says something with a certain intention, but another person hears something completely different. The words themselves may not have changed. What changed was the prediction each brain made about their meaning. Your past experiences, emotional state, and expectations all influence how you interpret someone else's voice, facial expressions, and body language. Before you consciously think about what they said, your brain has already assigned meaning to it. This is why misunderstandings happen so easily between people who genuinely care about each other. Two friends can remember the same conversation differently. A couple can argue over words that each person is convinced were obvious. Family members can spend years believing completely different versions of the same event. They are not necessarily refusing to listen. Their brains are constructing different realities from the same pieces of information. The same hidden process shapes the way we judge strangers. Imagine seeing someone with a serious expression walking toward you. If you are already feeling anxious, your brain may predict that the person is angry or unfriendly. If you are in a relaxed mood, you may barely notice their expression at all. The face has not changed. Your interpretation has. Within seconds, your brain creates a story to explain what it believes is happening, and that story often feels more convincing than the limited evidence that actually exists. This tendency reaches far beyond personal relationships. It influences the news we believe, the opinions we defend, and the communities we join. Once your brain forms an expectation about how the world works, it naturally becomes more sensitive to information that supports that expectation. Details that fit your existing beliefs feel important and memorable. Details that challenge them are easier to dismiss or overlook. This is not because your brain wants to deceive you. It is because prediction works best when it relies on patterns that have been useful in the past. Imagine buying a new car. Suddenly you begin noticing that exact model everywhere on the road. The cars were always there, but your brain has decided they are now relevant. Your attention changes, and with it, your experience of reality changes. The same thing happens with beliefs. Once an idea becomes important to you, your brain starts finding examples that seem to confirm it. The world appears to provide endless proof, even though countless contradictory details may still exist outside your awareness. Fear makes this process even more powerful. When your brain predicts danger, it becomes highly efficient at discovering evidence that danger is present. A harmless sound at night becomes suspicious. A delayed reply from a loved one feels alarming. A minor symptom suddenly seems like a serious illness. The prediction does not simply influence your thoughts. It changes what your senses pay attention to. The more convinced you become, the easier it is to find new evidence supporting the fear. The opposite can happen as well. Optimism can make opportunities easier to recognize. Confidence can make challenges seem manageable. Hope can encourage your brain to search for solutions instead of obstacles. Neither fear nor optimism changes objective reality on their own, but they strongly influence which parts of reality your brain chooses to emphasize. Scientists studying predictive processing often describe the brain as constantly balancing two competing goals. One goal is efficiency, the other is accuracy. Ideally, those goals work together, but they are not always compatible. Gathering more information usually increases accuracy, but it also requires more time and energy. Acting quickly saves time, but it increases the risk of mistakes. Throughout evolution, the brain often favored speed because hesitation could be dangerous. That strategy helped our ancestors survive, but in the modern world it can sometimes lead us to misunderstand situations that require patience and careful thinking. Perhaps the greatest cost of a predictive mind is that it makes certainty feel effortless. Once your brain settles on an explanation, it becomes surprisingly difficult to imagine that another explanation could be equally possible. We stop asking questions because the answer already feels obvious. We stop looking for missing information because the story in our minds already feels complete. In reality, the confidence comes from the prediction itself, not necessarily from the evidence supporting it. This does not mean we should stop trusting our brains. Without prediction, we could not function. We would struggle to speak, drive, read, recognize loved ones, or make even the simplest decisions. Prediction is one of the greatest gifts evolution ever gave us. The challenge is remembering that it is still a prediction. Every perception, every memory, every judgment, and every belief begins as the brain's best attempt to make sense of incomplete information. Perhaps that is the most humbling lesson of all. The world is almost always more complex than the first story your brain tells you. Behind every disagreement, every misunderstanding, every mistaken memory, and every snap judgment lies the same invisible process that has been guiding your entire life. Your brain is constantly trying to protect you by turning uncertainty into certainty as quickly as possible. Most of the time, that ability allows you to move confidently through the world. But sometimes the greatest obstacle to understanding reality is not what your eyes fail to see. It is the convincing story your predictive brain has already written before the full truth has a chance to arrive. Why familiarity tricks your brain into believing something is true. Have you ever heard a song for the first time and thought it sounded average, only to hear it again and again until suddenly it feels amazing? Have you ever met someone once, felt unsure about them, and then slowly started liking them simply because you saw them more often? Or have you ever come across an idea you initially questioned, but after hearing it repeatedly, it started to feel more believable? These experiences reveal one of the most powerful shortcuts hidden inside your brain. Something that feels familiar often feels true, even when familiarity has nothing to do with reality. This is one of the strangest ways your predictive brain influences your perception. Your brain is constantly searching for patterns because patterns make the world easier to understand. Anything that appears repeatedly becomes easier for the brain to process. And when something becomes easier to process, your mind often mistakes that feeling of ease for evidence that the information is correct. The result is a powerful illusion. The more familiar something becomes, the more trustworthy it can feel. Imagine hearing a new word for the first time. At first, it sounds strange. Your brain has no existing pattern to connect it with, so it requires more effort to understand. But after hearing that same word hundreds of times, it becomes natural. It feels normal. It feels like it belongs. Nothing about the word itself changed. Your brain simply became more efficient at processing it. That efficiency creates a feeling of familiarity, and familiarity creates a sense of comfort. This process is known as the mere exposure effect. Psychologists discovered that people often develop more positive feelings toward things simply because they encounter them repeatedly. A face you see often begins to feel more trustworthy. A song you hear many times becomes more enjoyable. A place you visit regularly begins to feel safer. Repetition trains the brain to recognize something quickly, and recognition is interpreted as a signal that something is important and familiar. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes sense. For early humans, familiar things were usually safer than unknown things. A familiar path through the forest was less likely to contain danger. A familiar person was easier to predict than a stranger. A familiar food source was less risky than an unknown plant. The brain developed a preference for what it already understood because understanding reduced uncertainty. That ancient survival mechanism still influences how we think today. The problem is that modern life is filled with things that can become familiar without being true. A claim repeated thousands of times can start feeling accurate simply because your brain recognizes it. A person you constantly see online can begin feeling trustworthy even if you know very little about them. An opinion repeated by many people can appear correct because your brain confuses popularity with reliability. The feeling of recognition becomes so powerful that it can quietly replace the need for evidence. This is why repetition is such a powerful tool in advertising, politics, and social influence. Companies do not need you to deeply analyze every advertisement you see. They often benefit simply from becoming familiar. When you repeatedly see a brand name, your brain builds a stronger association with it. Later, when you are choosing between options, the familiar name may feel safer or more reliable, even if you have no objective reason to prefer it. The same thing happens with people. The more often you interact with someone, the easier it becomes for your brain to predict their behavior. Prediction creates comfort. Comfort feels like trust. This does not mean familiarity always leads to accurate judgments. It simply means your brain naturally prefers what it can predict. Sometimes that preference helps you build relationships. Other times it causes you to overlook important warning signs because something feels comfortable. Familiarity also plays a major role in memory. When you repeatedly hear an idea, your brain becomes better at retrieving it. The easier something is to remember, the more convincing it can feel. This is called the availability effect. Your brain often uses the information that comes to mind most easily as a shortcut for deciding what is likely to be true. The problem is that ease of recall does not always equal accuracy. Imagine hearing a dramatic news story several times. Because the story is emotionally powerful and repeatedly presented, it becomes easy to remember. Later, when you think about that topic, the example quickly comes to mind. Your brain interprets that ease as importance. But the story being memorable does not necessarily mean it represents reality accurately. It only means your brain has stored it efficiently. This is why myths and false beliefs can survive for generations. Once an idea becomes deeply familiar within a culture, questioning it can feel uncomfortable. The brain experiences familiar information as stable and predictable. New information, even if it is more accurate, requires extra mental effort because it forces the brain to update its existing model of the world. That updating process is one reason people sometimes resist new ideas. It is not always because they are unwilling to learn. Sometimes the old idea simply feels more natural because the brain has practiced it for years. Familiarity creates a sense of certainty, and certainty feels safer than uncertainty. The same mechanism influences how we see ourselves. The thoughts you repeat about your own abilities can become familiar patterns inside your brain. If you constantly tell yourself that you are bad at something, that belief can begin to feel like a fact. If you repeatedly practice confidence and growth, those patterns can become more familiar instead. Your brain does not automatically separate repeated thoughts from objective truth. It simply notices which patterns appear most often. Understanding this hidden influence changes the way we should look at our own beliefs. The fact that something feels obvious does not always mean it is correct. Sometimes it feels obvious because your brain has seen it so many times that it no longer has to spend energy questioning it. Familiarity creates mental comfort, but comfort is not the same thing as truth. Your brain is constantly trying to create a world that feels predictable and manageable. Familiar things require less effort, create fewer surprises, and fit more easily into your existing model of reality. That ability is incredibly useful, but it also creates a hidden weakness. Your mind can mistake repetition for evidence, recognition for accuracy, and comfort for truth. The most surprising part is that this illusion happens without your permission. You do not consciously decide to trust something because it feels familiar. Your brain makes that judgment automatically, quietly adjusting your sense of certainty based on patterns it has encountered before. Every day, countless ideas, people, and experiences become more believable simply because they become more familiar. And that is why one of the easiest ways to influence the human mind is also one of the simplest. Repeat something often enough, and eventually the brain may stop asking whether it is true. It may simply start feeling like it always was. The delicate balance between prediction and perception. Every moment of your life is a quiet negotiation happening inside your brain. On one side is prediction, the brain's attempt to guess what is coming next. On the other side is perception, the information arriving from your senses about what is actually happening. Most of the time, these two systems work together so smoothly that you never notice the process. You simply look around, understand the world, and move through your day feeling like reality is obvious. But hidden beneath that effortless experience is a constant balancing act. Your brain is always deciding when to trust its expectations and when to update them. This balance is one of the most important reasons you can function in a complex world. If your brain relied only on raw sensory information, life would become painfully slow. Every object would need to be analyzed from the beginning. Every person would seem unfamiliar. Every movement would require careful calculation. But if your brain relied only on predictions, you would lose touch with reality. You would experience a world created entirely from your own expectations. The brain survives by finding the middle ground between these two extremes. Imagine walking into your kitchen in the middle of the night. You know where everything is located. You know where the counter is, where the table sits, and where the light switch should be. Your brain uses that knowledge to predict the environment before your eyes have gathered much information. This allows you to move quickly without needing to inspect every detail. But if someone moved the table while you were away, your prediction would suddenly conflict with reality. That moment of surprise is your brain discovering that its internal model needs to change. This simple experience reveals the entire process. Your brain does not passively wait for information. It begins with a prediction. Then it compares that prediction with incoming sensory signals. If the difference is small, your brain keeps the existing model. If the difference is large, it creates a correction. Every moment of perception is shaped by this ongoing conversation between expectation and evidence. Think about hearing your name called in a crowded room. Hundreds of sounds may surround you, but your brain is highly prepared to detect a pattern that matters to you. Because your name is important, your brain gives that prediction special attention. Sometimes you may even think you heard your name when someone actually said something similar. Your brain was so ready to find the meaningful pattern that it completed the sound before enough information was available. Vision works in a similar way. When you look at a familiar object, your brain does not analyze every tiny detail from zero. It recognizes patterns and compares them with previous experiences. That is why you can identify a chair from different angles, lighting conditions, or distances. Your brain knows what a chair usually looks like and uses that knowledge to interpret incomplete information. But when something unusual appears, perception becomes more demanding because the prediction system has to work harder. This explains why unexpected events capture your attention so strongly. A person wearing unusual clothing, a familiar room with something moved, or a word that does not fit a sentence immediately stands out. These moments create what scientists call prediction errors. The brain notices a mismatch between what it expected and what it received. That mismatch is valuable information because it tells the brain that something in its model of the world may need updating. Without prediction errors, learning would be impossible. Every mistake, surprise, and unexpected experience gives your brain a chance to improve its understanding of reality. When you first learn a new skill, prediction errors happen constantly. You miss the basketball shot. You press the wrong key while typing. You misunderstand a new concept. Each mistake provides feedback that helps your brain create better predictions in the future. Over time, the balance shifts. A beginner experiences the world through uncertainty because the brain has limited predictions to rely on. An expert experiences the same world differently because years of practice have built a highly accurate internal model. A professional musician hears patterns that a beginner misses. An experienced driver notices dangers that a new driver overlooks. The world has not changed. The brain interpreting it has become better at predicting what matters. However, this same ability can become a weakness when predictions become too strong. Once the brain becomes attached to a particular expectation, it may begin ignoring information that challenges it. This is why people sometimes fail to notice obvious changes or continue believing something despite new evidence. The prediction becomes so comfortable that updating it feels unnecessary or even threatening. Imagine meeting someone you have already judged negatively. Your brain begins predicting certain behaviors before the person even acts. A simple mistake may confirm your expectation, while positive actions may be ignored. Your perception becomes shaped by the prediction you carried into the interaction. The person is not being seen exactly as they are. They are being interpreted through a model your brain already created. The same thing happens with ourselves. If you believe you are naturally bad at something, your brain begins predicting failure. Challenges feel more threatening. Mistakes become more noticeable. Successes may feel like exceptions. The prediction influences what you pay attention to, and attention influences what becomes part of your experience. Over time, the brain can strengthen the very expectations it created. This does not mean predictions are harmful. They are essential. They allow you to understand language, recognize danger, build relationships, and navigate the world efficiently. The goal is not to eliminate prediction. The goal is to maintain a healthy balance between trusting your brain's experience and remaining open to new information. A flexible brain is one that can make strong predictions while still allowing those predictions to change. It can recognize familiar patterns without becoming trapped by them. It can use past experience as a guide without allowing the past to completely control the present. This ability to update is what allows humans to learn, adapt, and grow. The most fascinating part is that this balance happens continuously without conscious effort. Every second your brain is asking invisible questions. Does this match what I expected? Should I adjust my understanding? Is this information important enough to change my model of reality? These questions happen faster than you can notice, shaping every sight you see, every sound you hear, and every feeling you experience. Your perception is not simply a window that reveals the world. It is a conversation between what your brain expects and what reality provides. Prediction gives you speed. Perception gives you correction. Together they create the experience you call reality. And every moment of your life exists in that delicate space between what your brain believes is coming and what the world actually gives you. How emotions literally change the reality you experience. Imagine walking through the same street on two completely different days. On one day, you just received amazing news. You feel excited, confident, and full of energy. The sunlight seems brighter. People seem friendlier. Small problems barely bother you. The world feels welcoming. Now imagine walking down that exact same street after a stressful argument or a difficult day. Suddenly the same buildings feel colder. Strangers seem less approachable. Every small inconvenience feels bigger. The street did not change. The people did not change. The environment remained exactly the same. The only difference was the emotional state your brain carried into the experience. This reveals something most people never realize. Emotions do not simply react to reality. They actively shape the version of reality you experience. Your brain does not first create an objective picture of the world and then add emotions afterward, like a filter placed over a finished image. Emotion is part of the process of perception itself. It influences what you notice, what you ignore, what you remember, and what meaning you assign to everything around you. For a long time, people imagined emotions as separate from rational perception. The idea was that we first observe the world, then our feelings respond to what we see. But neuroscience has shown that the relationship is much more complicated. Your emotional state changes the predictions your brain makes before information even reaches your conscious awareness. It prepares you to see certain possibilities more easily than others. Think about walking through a forest at night. If you feel calm and relaxed, a sudden sound in the bushes might be interpreted as a small animal or the wind moving through the leaves. But if you are already afraid, your brain may immediately predict danger. The same sound can create a completely different experience because your emotional state changes what explanation feels most likely. Your brain is always trying to answer one important question. What does this information mean for me right now? Emotions help answer that question. Fear tells your brain to search for threats. Happiness encourages your brain to notice opportunities and rewards. Anger increases sensitivity to unfairness and obstacles. Sadness can make your attention focus more on loss and disappointment. These emotional states are not just feelings happening inside you. They are instructions that guide how your brain interprets the world. This is why anxious people often notice dangers that others completely miss. Their brains are not necessarily seeing more reality. They are prioritizing different information. When the brain predicts that something might be threatening, it increases attention toward anything that could confirm that prediction. A person's tone of voice, a facial expression, or a small mistake can suddenly feel more significant because the brain has already prepared itself to search for danger. The opposite happens with positive emotional states. When you feel safe and confident, your brain becomes more open to exploration. You are more likely to notice possibilities, connect ideas, and interpret uncertain situations in a more flexible way. A challenge that once felt impossible may suddenly seem manageable because your emotional state changed the predictions guiding your perception. One of the clearest examples of this connection comes from pain. Pain feels like a direct message from the body, as if the brain simply receives a signal and reports the intensity. But pain is actually a complex experience created by the brain. The same physical sensation can feel much stronger or weaker, depending on your expectations, emotions, and environment. Someone who expects pain may experience a more intense response, while someone who feels safe and supported may experience less discomfort from the same physical stimulus. This is why athletes sometimes continue performing despite injuries during important moments. Their brains are receiving signals from the body, but their emotional state and goals influence how those signals are interpreted. The brain is constantly deciding how important a sensation is and how much attention it deserves. Emotions also reshape memory. Have you ever noticed that embarrassing moments from years ago can feel incredibly vivid? Strong emotions tell the brain that something important happened. The brain gives those experiences extra priority, making them easier to recall. But emotional intensity can also distort memory. A moment that felt extremely threatening or meaningful may become exaggerated over time because the emotional version of the event becomes stronger than the factual details. This explains why two people can experience the same situation and remember it differently. One person may focus on the positive aspects because they felt excited and safe. Another may focus on the negative details because they felt threatened or uncomfortable. Their brains were not simply storing information. They were organizing reality through different emotional predictions. Even the way we perceive other people changes with emotion. When you feel connected to someone, your brain naturally interprets their actions more generously. A delayed response may seem understandable. A mistake may seem accidental. But when you are angry or hurt, the same behavior may appear intentional. The person did not necessarily change. Your brain changed the meaning attached to their actions. This is why emotions can sometimes create a self-reinforcing cycle. A person who expects rejection may become more sensitive to signs of rejection. They notice fewer positive signals and more negative ones. That interpretation creates stronger feelings of insecurity, which then strengthens the original expectation. The brain keeps confirming the reality it already predicted. But this process can also work in a positive direction. When people repeatedly experience safety, confidence, and connection, their brains build predictions around those experiences. The world begins to feel more manageable because the brain has learned to expect support instead of danger. Emotional patterns become part of the internal model that shapes future perception. None of this means emotions are imaginary or that you can simply choose to feel differently at any moment. Emotions are biological systems designed to help you survive. They contain valuable information about your needs, your environment, and your relationships. The important insight is understanding that emotions do not just tell you what is happening. They influence what you believe is happening. Your emotional state is constantly interacting with the outside world, creating the experience you call reality. Every feeling changes the predictions your brain makes. Every prediction influences what you notice. Every detail you notice becomes part of the world you experience. The reality you live in is not created by external events alone. It is created by the ongoing conversation between what happens around you and what your brain expects, fears, remembers, and feels. The most surprising truth is that your emotions are not simply passengers traveling through reality. They are active participants in creating it. Every moment, your brain is using feelings as information, adjusting your perception, and building the version of the world that appears in your mind. The world outside may stay the same, but the reality you experience can change completely depending on the emotional lens through which your brain chooses to see it. What dreams reveal about the brain's reality simulator? Every night, when your body becomes still and the outside world grows quiet, something incredible begins happening inside your mind. Your brain starts creating entire worlds from almost nothing. You can walk through places you have never visited. You can talk to people who are not physically there. You can feel fear, excitement, sadness, and joy inside experiences that are completely generated within your own mind. For a few hours, your brain becomes a reality simulator, creating a world so convincing that you can forget you are lying in bed. Dreams are one of the clearest examples of how powerful the brain's ability to construct reality truly is. During the day, your brain builds your experience using information from your senses. Light enters your eyes, sound reaches your ears, touch signals come from your body. But during dreams, much of that external information disappears. Your brain receives very little input from the outside world, yet it still creates a detailed experience that feels real. That reveals something profound about perception. Your brain does not need reality to create an experience that feels like reality. It can generate sights, sounds, emotions, and entire environments using internal information alone. The same machinery that helps you understand the waking world is also capable of producing a convincing world when the outside world is almost completely removed. Think about a dream where you are falling. Your body may be completely safe in bed, but the experience can feel intense. Your heart may race. Your muscles may tense. Your emotions respond as though the event is actually happening. Your brain is not simply showing you random images. It is creating a complete simulation and convincing your mind that the simulation is meaningful. This happens because the brain's primary job is not to create a perfect copy of reality. Its job is to create a useful model of reality. During waking life, that model is constantly updated by sensory information. During dreaming, the brain continues building experiences, but the usual external corrections are reduced. The prediction machine is running with far less feedback from the outside world. Scientists believe this may be one reason dreams can feel strange and unpredictable. Without strong sensory input guiding the brain, internal memories, emotions, and expectations have more influence. The brain begins combining pieces of information in unusual ways. A childhood home may blend with a current workplace. A stranger may suddenly have the face of someone familiar. Events may break the normal rules of time and physics. The brain is still constructing a world, but the usual limitations are relaxed. Dreams also reveal how much emotion shapes reality. A dream does not need to be logically consistent to feel powerful. A person can wake up from a nightmare with genuine fear, even though nothing dangerous happened. The emotional systems of the brain responded to the predicted experience, not the physical situation. This is the same reason imagined scenarios during the day can influence your mood. The brain reacts not only to what is happening, but also to what it believes is happening. This connection between dreams and waking life shows that perception has always been an active process. Even when you are awake, your brain is not simply receiving information. It is constantly generating expectations and comparing them with sensory evidence. Dreams simply remove much of the external evidence, allowing you to see the construction process more clearly. They reveal the machinery that is normally hidden behind everyday experience. A dream also demonstrates how easily the brain can create a sense of presence. While dreaming, you rarely stop and question why you are seeing a place that does not exist or speaking with someone who is not actually there. The experience feels natural because the brain creates the same feeling of reality that it produces during waking life. The difference is not the ability to create the experience. The difference is where the information comes from. This explains why certain dreams can remain emotionally powerful for years. A dream may have lasted only a few minutes, but the brain treated it as a meaningful event. It stored emotional patterns, created memories, and produced a sense of personal experience. The brain does not require an event to happen externally before it begins processing its significance. It responds to the internal model it creates. The same system that produces dreams also helps explain imagination, creativity, and planning. When you imagine a future conversation, your brain is running a simulation. When you mentally practice a skill, your brain is creating a predicted experience. When you worry about what might happen tomorrow, your brain is generating possible realities and emotionally responding to them. Dreams are simply the most dramatic example of a much broader ability. This reality simulator is one of the reasons humans are able to prepare for the future. We can imagine possibilities before they happen. We can test ideas in our minds. We can create art, invent technology, and solve problems by exploring situations that do not currently exist. The same predictive machinery that can create a dream world can also create a vision of the future. But there is also a hidden lesson in dreams. If your brain can create a world that feels completely real while you are asleep, then the feeling of reality itself cannot be the only measure of truth. The mind is incredibly good at producing convincing experiences. Sometimes those experiences are based on accurate information from the outside world. Sometimes they are created from memory, expectation, or imagination. That does not make your waking experience fake. The world around you is real, but your experience of that world is always a construction created by your brain. Dreams simply expose this process because they show what happens when the brain builds reality with minimal outside input. Every night, your mind proves something extraordinary. It does not need a complete world delivered to it. It can create one. It can generate landscapes, characters, emotions, and stories from patterns stored inside itself. Dreams reveal that the brain is not just a receiver of reality. It is a creator of experience, constantly building the world you know and quietly reminding you that the reality you experience has always been a masterpiece of prediction, interpretation, and imagination. Why hallucinations exist on the same spectrum as normal perception. When most people hear the word hallucination, they imagine something completely separate from normal experience. They picture someone seeing things that are not there, hearing voices from nowhere, or experiencing a reality that has no connection to the world around them. It feels like a clear dividing line. On one side is normal perception. On the other side is hallucination. But the deeper scientists look into how the brain creates experience, the more that line begins to disappear. The surprising truth is that hallucinations are not the opposite of normal perception. They exist on the same spectrum. The difference is not that one experience is created by the brain and the other is not. Both are created by the brain. The difference is how much influence comes from external sensory information compared with internal predictions. Every moment of your life, your brain is already generating a model of the world. It predicts what you are about to see, hear, and feel, then compares those predictions with information coming from your senses. When the outside world strongly guides the process, your perception usually matches reality. But when internal predictions become too powerful or sensory information becomes weaker, the brain can begin experiencing its own predictions as if they are coming from the outside world. This idea changes the way we think about perception itself. We often imagine seeing as a simple process where the eyes capture reality and the brain displays the result. But your brain does not receive reality directly. It receives signals. Those signals are incomplete, delayed, and sometimes unclear. The brain has to interpret them using everything it already knows. In that sense, every perception is already a controlled construction. A simple example happens every day when you see something in poor lighting. Imagine looking across a dark room and briefly thinking you saw someone standing there. A second later, you realize it was only a coat hanging on a chair. What happened? Your eyes provided incomplete information. Your brain used past experience and expectations to create the most likely explanation. For a brief moment, your prediction became stronger than the evidence. That tiny mistake is not completely different from a hallucination. It is the same basic process operating at a different level. Your brain made a prediction, filled in missing information, and created an experience. The difference is that normal perception is usually corrected quickly because the external world provides enough feedback to update the brain's model. This is why predictive processing is such an important idea in neuroscience. The brain is constantly balancing two sources of information. One comes from the outside world through the senses. The other comes from inside the brain through memories, expectations, and learned patterns. Perception emerges from the interaction between these two systems. Imagine listening to a familiar song with some of the sound removed. Your brain can often fill in the missing notes because it already knows the pattern. You may actually experience hearing parts that are not physically present. The external signal is incomplete, but your internal prediction completes the experience. This ability is incredibly useful because it allows you to understand the world quickly. But under certain conditions, the same ability can produce experiences that are disconnected from external reality. Dreams provide another powerful example. During dreaming, your brain creates vivid sights, sounds, emotions, and entire environments without receiving normal sensory input from the outside world. You can see places that do not exist and interact with people who are not physically present. Yet, while the dream is happening, it feels real. The brain is generating an experience using internal information alone. This reveals something important. The feeling of reality does not come only from the outside world. It comes from the brain's ability to create a convincing model of experience. When you are awake, that model is usually guided by sensory information. During dreams or hallucinations, internal predictions can become much more dominant. Hallucinations can also occur in situations that many people experience. For example, people who are extremely sleep-deprived sometimes begin seeing or hearing things that are not actually there. The brain becomes less effective at separating internal predictions from external signals. Similarly, sensory deprivation can cause unusual experiences because the brain continues trying to create a meaningful reality even when incoming information is limited. This does not mean everyday perception is unreliable. It means perception is an active process rather than a passive recording. Your brain is always making informed guesses, and those guesses are usually incredibly accurate because they have been shaped by years of learning and constant feedback from the world. The difference between a normal perception and a hallucination is often a matter of balance. In normal perception, sensory evidence keeps predictions grounded. The world pushes back and corrects the brain when it guesses incorrectly. In hallucinations, the internal prediction system may become strong enough that the brain gives it the same level of trust it would normally give external information. This understanding also explains why hallucinations can feel completely real to the person experiencing them. From inside the brain, the experience is not labeled as imaginary. It is simply the brain presenting its best available interpretation. The same systems responsible for recognizing your friend's face, understanding speech, and navigating your environment are involved in creating these experiences. The brain is not switching into a completely different mode. It is using the same machinery that creates ordinary perception. Perhaps the most fascinating lesson is that reality is not something your brain simply receives. It is something your brain continuously constructs. Normal perception, imagination, dreams, illusions, and hallucinations all exist along a spectrum of how the brain builds experience. The outside world provides information, but the brain transforms that information into the reality you consciously experience. The reason you usually do not question your perception is because the system works incredibly well. Your predictions match reality so often that the construction process stays hidden. You feel like you are directly seeing the world itself, but beneath that feeling is a remarkable biological process of prediction, correction, and interpretation. Hallucinations reveal this hidden process because they show what happens when the balance shifts. They remind us that the brain is not a simple window looking out at reality. It is an active creator of experience, constantly building the world you know. Every moment you are awake, your brain is making predictions and turning signals into meaning. Most of the time, that creates a shared reality with everyone around you. But the machinery behind it is the same machinery that can also create worlds entirely from within. The brain's constant battle between incoming evidence and prior beliefs. Every moment you experience the world, your brain is facing a difficult challenge. It has to decide what to believe. Should it trust the information coming from your senses right now? Or should it rely on everything it has learned from the past? Should it update its understanding of reality, or should it protect the model it has already built? This invisible battle happens thousands of times every second, shaping everything you see, hear, feel, and understand. Your brain is not simply collecting information and storing it like a machine. It is constantly comparing new evidence with old expectations. Every sound, image, and sensation enters a system that already has assumptions about what is likely to happen. Those assumptions are built from memories, experiences, habits, emotions, and knowledge accumulated throughout your life. Before your brain accepts new information, it first asks whether that information fits the reality it already expects. Imagine walking into your bedroom at night. You know where your bed, furniture, and belongings are located. Even before your eyes fully adjust to the darkness, your brain already has a prediction of what the room should look like. This prediction allows you to move around quickly without carefully analyzing every shape and shadow. Most of the time, this works perfectly. But if someone moved an object or placed something unexpected in the room, your brain would experience a conflict. What you expected does not match what you are seeing. That moment of conflict is where learning begins. The brain is constantly trying to reduce the difference between what it predicts and what it experiences. When the evidence matches the prediction, the brain becomes more confident in its existing model. When the evidence contradicts the prediction, the brain has to decide whether the new information is important enough to change what it believes. This process sounds simple, but it influences almost every part of human experience. Your brain is not only asking, "What am I seeing?" It is also asking, "What does this mean based on everything I already know?" Think about meeting someone for the first time. Before they even speak, your brain has already started making predictions. Their appearance, body language, voice, and context all provide clues that your brain uses to create an initial impression. If the person behaves in a way that matches your expectation, the prediction becomes stronger. If they behave differently, your brain has a choice. It can update the model, or it can search for a reason why the unexpected behavior still fits the original belief. This is where misunderstandings and biases often begin. The human brain is incredibly good at finding explanations. If new information challenges a belief that feels important, the brain may unconsciously protect that belief by creating alternative interpretations. Instead of changing the model, it changes the meaning of the evidence. Imagine someone believes a coworker dislikes them. If that coworker avoids conversation, the behavior feels like confirmation. If the coworker starts a friendly conversation, the brain may explain it away by thinking they are only being polite. The same person is interpreting every action through an existing prediction. The evidence is not being ignored completely. It is being filtered through a belief that was already present. This happens because updating beliefs requires energy. The brain prefers efficiency. A stable model of reality allows you to make quick decisions without constantly questioning everything. If your brain had to reconsider every assumption every moment, everyday life would become impossible. You would constantly wonder whether objects still exist where you left them, whether people are who they appear to be, and whether basic knowledge you rely on is still accurate. Prior beliefs are therefore not a weakness. They are one of the brain's greatest tools. They allow you to understand the world quickly. They help you recognize patterns, predict outcomes, and make decisions with limited information. The problem begins when the brain becomes too committed to predictions that no longer match reality. One of the clearest examples appears in visual perception. Optical illusions work because your brain uses reliable assumptions that are sometimes incorrect. For example, your brain expects certain lighting patterns, shapes, and distances based on past experience. When an image is designed to create a conflict between those assumptions and the actual information reaching your eyes, your brain follows its predictions and creates an incorrect perception. The illusion works because the same shortcuts that usually help you understand the world can sometimes mislead you. Language shows the same process. When someone says a sentence with unclear audio, your brain does not wait for every sound to arrive perfectly. It uses context and previous knowledge to fill in the missing pieces. This is why you can understand conversations in noisy environments. Your prior beliefs about language help you recover information that your ears did not clearly receive. But those same predictions can create mistakes. If you expect to hear a certain word, your brain may actually perceive that word, even when something else was said. Your expectation becomes so influential that it changes the experience itself. This balance between evidence and belief also shapes how we learn. A flexible brain is constantly adjusting. It allows new experiences to update old assumptions. A rigid brain protects existing beliefs even when the evidence changes. The difference between growth and stagnation often depends on how willing the brain is to revise its predictions. Scientists studying learning and perception describe this as a continuous process of prediction error. Every mismatch between expectation and reality is information. A mistake while learning a skill, an unexpected reaction from another person, or a surprising result in an experiment all provide signals that the brain can use to improve its model of the world. The challenge is that humans do not always enjoy prediction errors. Being wrong can feel uncomfortable because it forces the brain to admit that its previous model was incomplete. This is why people sometimes defend ideas even when evidence suggests they should reconsider them. The brain is not only protecting information, it is protecting a sense of stability. The most fascinating part is that this battle happens without your awareness. You do not consciously experience your brain weighing evidence against beliefs. You simply experience the final result and feel like you are seeing reality directly. But behind every perception is a constant negotiation between what the world is telling you and what your brain expects it to be. Your reality exists because your brain is constantly balancing these two forces. Too much reliance on evidence would make perception slow and inefficient. Too much reliance on prior beliefs would disconnect you from the changing world around you. The brain survives by finding the middle ground, using past knowledge to interpret the present while remaining flexible enough to change when reality proves something different. Every moment of your life is shaped by this invisible conversation between expectation and evidence. Your brain is always asking one question beneath everything you experience. Should I trust what I already know, or should I change what I believe? The answer it chooses becomes the reality you experience. How your senses deliver less information than you think. Right now, it probably feels like you are experiencing the world exactly as it is. You can see the room around you. You can hear sounds in the distance. You can feel the chair beneath you or the phone in your hand. It seems as though your senses are giving you a complete and accurate picture of reality every second. But that feeling is one of the greatest illusions your brain has ever created. The truth is that your senses deliver far less information than you think, and your brain spends every waking moment filling in the enormous gaps. Imagine trying to complete a 1,000-piece puzzle with only half the pieces in the box. At first, it sounds impossible, yet that is remarkably similar to what your brain does every moment. Your eyes, ears, skin, nose, and tongue collect only fragments of information from the outside world. Those fragments are incomplete, noisy, and limited. Instead of waiting for perfect data, your brain takes those scattered pieces and constructs the most likely version of reality. By the time you become aware of the world, the missing pieces have already been quietly replaced. Take your vision, for example. It feels as though you can see everything in front of you with equal clarity. But that is simply not true. Only a tiny area at the center of your vision captures fine detail. Everything outside that narrow region is much blurrier than you realize. The reason you never notice is because your eyes are constantly making rapid movements, collecting small pieces of detailed information from different locations. Your brain then combines those pieces into one seamless experience. You believe you are seeing an entire scene at once, but you are actually seeing countless snapshots stitched together so perfectly that the editing remains invisible. Your ears work in a surprisingly similar way. Every second, thousands of sounds reach them simultaneously. Air conditioners hum quietly. Birds sing outside. People speak nearby. Cars move in the distance. Your own breathing creates noise. If your brain processed every sound with equal importance, you would quickly become overwhelmed. Instead, it filters relentlessly. It decides which sounds deserve attention and suppresses countless others before you even realize they existed. Have you ever been so deeply focused on reading or working that someone called your name several times before you finally noticed? Your ears received every sound. The information reached your brain, but your attention system decided those sounds were less important than the task you were concentrating on. It was only when your brain judged the information to be relevant that it entered your conscious awareness. Touch is also far less complete than it feels. Your skin contains millions of sensory receptors, but your brain constantly adapts to repeated sensations. Within moments, you stop noticing the weight of your clothes, the feeling of your watch, or the pressure of your shoes against your feet. Those sensations have not disappeared. Your nervous system simply decided they were no longer important enough to keep reporting. If your brain continued drawing attention to every constant sensation, you would struggle to focus on anything else. The same principle applies to smell. Walk into a room with a strong scent, and you notice it immediately. Stay there for a few minutes, and the smell seems to fade away. It has not actually disappeared. Your sensory receptors continue detecting it. Your brain has simply decided that, because the scent remains unchanged, it no longer requires your attention. This process, known as sensory adaptation, allows you to remain sensitive to new information instead of becoming trapped by constant signals. Even your sense of time depends on incomplete information. Your brain is not equipped with a perfect internal clock counting every passing second. Instead, it estimates the flow of time based on attention, memory, and experience. That is why an exciting hour can seem to disappear in minutes, while 5 minutes of waiting can feel endless. The same amount of time passes in both cases, but your brain processes the information differently. Scientists estimate that your sensory organs receive an astonishing amount of information every second, yet only a tiny fraction ever reaches conscious awareness. Most of it is filtered out long before you have the chance to notice it. This filtering is not a flaw. It is one of the greatest strengths of the human brain. Without it, you would drown in meaningless details. Every flicker of light, every tiny movement, every distant sound, and every subtle change in temperature would compete equally for your attention. Instead, your brain acts like an expert editor. It constantly asks one question: what information matters most right now? Anything that seems predictable, repetitive, or irrelevant is quietly pushed into the background. Anything that appears new, important, or surprising moves to the front of your awareness. This is why unexpected events immediately capture your attention. A sudden loud noise, an unfamiliar smell, or someone unexpectedly saying your name instantly breaks through the brain's filters. The information violates the brain's predictions, forcing it to pay attention. Your awareness shifts because your prediction system has detected something that may require action. This constant filtering also explains why two people standing side by side can experience the same environment differently. One person notices the music playing softly in the background. Another focuses entirely on the conversation. One becomes aware of the smell of fresh coffee. Another barely notices it. The world itself has not changed. Each brain has simply decided that different pieces of information deserve attention. The most remarkable realization is that your senses are not designed to show you everything. They are designed to provide just enough information for your brain to build a useful model of reality. They deliver fragments, not finished pictures. They offer clues, not complete explanations. Your brain takes those clues, combines them with memory, expectation, and prediction, then creates the world you consciously experience. Perhaps that is why reality feels so effortless. You never see the unfinished version. You never witness the missing pieces, the discarded signals, or the countless details your brain quietly ignores. You experience only the final construction, polished and complete, as though it had arrived that way from the beginning. In truth, your senses provide far less information than you imagine, and everything that feels solid, continuous, and obvious is the result of a brain performing one of the most extraordinary acts of reconstruction every single second of your life. Why your brain prefers a coherent story over an accurate one. Imagine watching the last 10 minutes of a movie without seeing anything that came before it. You would immediately start trying to figure out what was happening. Who are these people? Why are they arguing? Who is the hero? Who is the villain? Your brain would begin connecting clues, filling in missing pieces, and building a story that makes sense. Even if some of your conclusions turned out to be wrong, your mind would still prefer having a complete explanation over having no explanation at all. That instinct never turns off. Every moment of your life, your brain is acting like a storyteller. It is not satisfied with isolated facts or disconnected events. It wants causes, motives, patterns, and meaning. Whenever information is incomplete, Your brain does not comfortably wait for all the answers. It starts building the most believable narrative it can. That story becomes your experience of reality, even when parts of it are based more on prediction than on evidence. This may be one of the most important reasons human beings can navigate such a complicated world. Imagine if every event remained confusing until every detail was confirmed. Every conversation would feel unfinished. Every unexpected event would leave you frozen with uncertainty. Your brain avoids this by creating explanations quickly. Most of the time, those explanations are close enough to reality that they help you function. But sometimes the story becomes more convincing than the truth itself. Think about hearing only part of a conversation as you walk past two people. You catch a few words and immediately begin imagining the rest. Within seconds, your brain has created a complete situation. You may think they were arguing, joking, or talking about someone they know. Later, you discover the conversation was about something completely different. The remarkable part is not that you guessed incorrectly. The remarkable part is how natural your guess felt while you believed it. This same process shapes the way we remember the past. Most people imagine memories as recordings stored somewhere inside the brain. But memories are rebuilt every time we recall them. During that reconstruction, the brain connects fragments into a smooth narrative. Small gaps are filled, details are adjusted, inconsistencies are quietly removed. The goal is not to preserve every tiny fact. The goal is to create a story that makes sense. That is why people can confidently remember events differently even when they experienced the same moment together. Each brain built a different narrative based on different emotions, expectations, and details that seemed important at the time. Neither person is necessarily trying to deceive anyone. Each mind is simply presenting the story that feels most coherent. This storytelling ability also explains why first impressions can become surprisingly powerful. Imagine meeting someone who seems impatient during your first conversation. Your brain quickly builds a simple story. This person is unfriendly. After that, every future interaction is interpreted through that narrative. Moments that support the story stand out immediately. Moments that contradict it are easier to overlook. Without realizing it, your brain begins protecting the story it already created. The same thing happens with ourselves. Suppose someone makes a few mistakes while learning a new skill. Instead of seeing those mistakes as temporary, the brain may create a larger narrative. I am just not good at this. Once that story takes hold, every future failure seems like confirmation, while every success feels like luck. The story becomes stronger because the brain naturally organizes new experiences around the explanation it already believes. Scientists studying the brain have found that it constantly searches for patterns, because patterns make prediction possible. A coherent story allows the brain to prepare for what might happen next. An incomplete collection of unrelated facts does not. From an evolutionary perspective, having a simple explanation was often more useful than having endless uncertainty. Even if the explanation was not perfect, it allowed people to make decisions quickly. Imagine hearing rustling in tall grass thousands of years ago. Your brain could create a simple story. There might be a predator. That prediction might sometimes be wrong, but reacting quickly was often safer than waiting until every piece of evidence arrived. Evolution favored brains that could build useful stories under uncertainty because those stories increased the chances of survival. That same survival system still operates today, even in situations that have nothing to do with physical danger. When unexpected events happen, your brain immediately starts asking why. If a friend suddenly stops replying to your messages, your mind begins writing explanations. Maybe they are angry. Maybe they are ignoring me. Maybe I did something wrong. Long before you have enough evidence, your brain has already built a narrative to reduce uncertainty. Sometimes that story is accurate. Sometimes the real explanation is much simpler. But the brain dislikes empty spaces, so it fills them. This desire for coherence also explains why conspiracy theories, rumors, and misinformation can sometimes feel convincing. A simple story that connects scattered events is often easier for the brain to accept than a complicated reality filled with uncertainty and unanswered questions. The brain naturally prefers order over confusion, even when that order is incomplete. None of this means your brain is trying to fool you. In fact, this storytelling ability is one of the greatest reasons humans are capable of learning, planning, and understanding the world. Stories help us remember lessons, predict consequences, and communicate ideas. Without them, our experiences would feel like disconnected pieces that never formed a meaningful whole. The challenge is remembering that the story inside your mind is not always identical to reality. Sometimes it is remarkably accurate. Other times it is simply the best explanation your brain could construct with limited information. Confidence does not guarantee correctness. A story can feel complete while still missing important chapters. Perhaps the most fascinating truth is that your conscious experience is built from countless invisible stories your brain creates every day. It tells you why someone looked at you a certain way. It explains why an event happened. It connects memories into a personal identity. It turns random moments into meaningful experiences. Most of the time, these stories guide you through life with incredible efficiency. But every now and then, reality reminds you that there is a difference between a story that feels satisfying and one that is completely true. Your brain is not searching for perfect certainty. It is searching for a world that makes sense. And that is why, whenever uncertainty appears, your mind will almost always choose a coherent story before it chooses complete accuracy. The evolutionary advantage of hallucinating reality. At first, the idea sounds completely backwards. If your brain is constantly hallucinating reality, even in the controlled and useful way we have been exploring, then why would evolution allow that to happen? Should survival not reward perfect accuracy? Should the human brain not be designed to show the world exactly as it is? It seems like the obvious answer. But nature has never been interested in creating perfect observers. It has always been interested in creating survivors. Imagine trying to cross a busy road if your brain insisted on processing every single detail before making a decision. It would carefully analyze the exact speed of every vehicle, the movement of every shadow, the direction of the wind, the position of every pedestrian, and thousands of tiny visual changes happening every second. By the time it reached a perfectly accurate conclusion, the opportunity to move would already be gone. In the real world, survival often depends on acting before complete certainty is possible. That is exactly why the brain evolved the way it did. Instead of waiting for perfect information, it predicts. It guesses. It fills in missing details. It creates the most useful version of reality it can with the limited information available. Most of the time, those predictions are remarkably accurate. Occasionally they are wrong. But across millions of years of evolution, being fast and usually correct proved far more valuable than being perfectly accurate, but too slow to respond. Think about one of our ancient ancestors walking through tall grass. They hear a sudden rustling sound. The brain has two possible interpretations. It could simply be the wind, or it could be a predator hiding nearby. Waiting for complete proof might increase accuracy, but it also increases danger. Assuming the worst and stepping away may sometimes lead to unnecessary caution, but it dramatically improves the chances of survival if the prediction turns out to be correct. Evolution repeatedly rewarded brains that could predict danger before certainty arrived. This survival strategy still operates inside you today, even though your daily threats are very different. When you instinctively pull your hand away from something hot before consciously thinking about it, prediction is protecting you. When you recognize a familiar face in a crowded room after only a brief glance, prediction is saving time. When you finish someone else's sentence because you already know what they are about to say, prediction is making communication more efficient. Your brain is constantly making educated guesses because waiting for complete information would be incredibly expensive. Every second, your senses collect enormous amounts of data, far more than your conscious mind could ever process. If the brain tried to examine every signal equally, you would become overwhelmed almost instantly. You would struggle to focus, make decisions, or respond quickly enough to changing situations. Instead, the brain asks a much more practical question. Based on everything I have learned so far, what is the most likely explanation? That simple question allows you to navigate an incredibly complicated world with astonishing speed. Consider how effortlessly you catch a ball. It feels almost automatic, but your brain never knows exactly where the ball will be in the next fraction of a second. It predicts its future position using previous movement, speed, and direction. Your hand begins moving before the ball actually arrives. If the brain waited until the ball reached your fingertips before reacting, you would miss almost every catch. Walking works the same way. Every step requires your brain to predict where your body will be a moment later. Speaking requires predicting the next sound before finishing the current one. Reading depends on predicting upcoming words before your eyes fully process them. Conversation relies on anticipating another person's intentions before they finish expressing them. Prediction is not an occasional feature of the brain. It is the foundation of almost everything you do. Even your emotions evolved to support this predictive system. Fear prepares your body before danger fully appears. Curiosity encourages exploration before complete knowledge exists. Trust allows cooperation before every uncertainty has been resolved. These emotional predictions increase the speed of decision-making, giving humans an enormous evolutionary advantage. Of course, this remarkable system comes with unavoidable trade-offs. The same prediction that helps you avoid danger can also create unnecessary anxiety. The same shortcuts that allow quick recognition can produce stereotypes and misunderstandings. The same confidence that helps you act decisively can sometimes make you certain about things that are not actually true. From the perspective of evolution, however, these occasional mistakes were often acceptable. A false alarm usually carried a smaller cost than failing to detect a genuine threat. Surviving did not require perfect perception. It required perception that was useful enough, fast enough, and flexible enough to keep adapting. This explains why your brain is constantly updating itself. Every prediction is compared with incoming evidence. When the prediction matches reality, the brain becomes more confident in its internal model. When reality disagrees, the brain gradually adjusts its expectations. Learning itself is simply the process of making future predictions more accurate. Over an entire lifetime, your brain becomes an increasingly sophisticated prediction machine. Every conversation, every mistake, every success, every surprise, and every memory contributes to a model of the world that grows richer with experience. The world feels familiar because your brain has spent decades learning how to predict it. Perhaps the most astonishing realization is that what we call reality is actually the product of millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Your conscious experience is not designed to reveal every microscopic detail of the universe. It is designed to help a human being survive, adapt, cooperate, and make decisions in an uncertain environment. That means the brain is not failing when it hallucinates reality in this controlled sense. It is doing exactly what evolution shaped it to do. It creates the most useful interpretation of incomplete information, constantly checking and updating that interpretation as new evidence arrives. The result is not a perfect mirror of the world, but a living model that is fast enough to guide your actions and flexible enough to improve over time. In the end, evolution never asked your brain to become an objective camera recording reality frame by frame. It asked for something far more powerful. It created a prediction machine capable of turning uncertainty into action, confusion into meaning, and scattered sensory signals into a coherent world. Every moment you are alive, your brain is performing that extraordinary act, quietly hallucinating the reality that has allowed our species to survive for countless generations. How stress and anxiety distort the brain's internal model. Imagine receiving a message from someone that simply says, "We need to talk." On a calm, peaceful day, you might assume they want to discuss plans, share good news, or ask for advice. But imagine reading that exact same message after weeks of stress, exhaustion, and worry. Suddenly your heart races, your stomach tightens, your mind begins replaying every mistake you have made over the past month. Within seconds, your brain has created an entire story about what is about to happen. Even though you have almost no information, nothing changed except the state of your brain. Stress and anxiety do not simply make life feel harder. They literally change the internal model your brain uses to predict reality. They alter what you notice, what you ignore, how you interpret uncertainty, and even what feels possible. The outside world may remain exactly the same, but your experience of it can become almost unrecognizable. To understand why this happens, remember what we have explored throughout this video. Your brain is constantly making predictions about the world before your conscious mind becomes aware of them. Under normal conditions, those predictions are balanced by incoming sensory information. The brain expects certain things, checks them against reality, then adjusts when necessary. It is a flexible system that keeps updating itself. Stress changes that balance. When your brain believes you are under threat, its priorities shift dramatically. Instead of focusing on learning, creativity, or exploration, it becomes obsessed with survival. It begins asking a different question. Where is the danger? That single change affects almost everything. Suddenly, your attention becomes narrower. Neutral facial expressions seem suspicious. Small mistakes feel catastrophic. Unexpected sounds grab your attention immediately. Your brain begins scanning the environment for anything that confirms its prediction that something is wrong. Imagine walking through a forest. On a relaxed afternoon, you notice the trees, the birds, and the breeze. But if you believe a dangerous animal is nearby, your entire experience changes. Every crack of a branch sounds alarming. Every moving shadow demands attention. Every rustling leaf feels significant. The forest itself has not changed. Your brain has changed the model through which it interprets the forest. Modern anxiety works in much the same way. The threats may no longer be predators hiding behind trees. They may be financial problems, social rejection, uncertainty about the future, or fear of failure. But your brain often responds using ancient survival systems that evolved long before modern life existed. It treats uncertainty as something that must be monitored constantly. This is why anxious people often feel mentally exhausted. Their brains are running continuous prediction checks, searching for possible dangers before they happen. Every conversation is analyzed. Every decision is questioned. Every uncertain situation generates multiple imagined outcomes. The prediction machine never truly rests because it believes staying alert increases the chances of staying safe. Ironically, this constant searching often creates the very experience it is trying to prevent. Imagine someone who fears being judged by others. Before entering a social gathering, their brain predicts rejection. Because of that prediction, they become quieter, avoid eye contact, and pay close attention to every small reaction from the people around them. A brief pause in conversation suddenly feels like evidence that nobody likes them. A distracted glance becomes proof that they are being ignored. But those conclusions are not objective observations. They are interpretations shaped by an anxious internal model. The same process affects physical sensations. Have you ever noticed how a harmless headache can suddenly feel terrifying after reading about serious illnesses online? Once your brain predicts danger, ordinary bodily sensations receive far more attention. Your heartbeat feels louder. Your breathing feels unusual. Minor discomfort becomes difficult to ignore. The sensations themselves may not have changed very much, but your brain has assigned them a completely different meaning. Scientists often describe anxiety as a prediction system that becomes overly sensitive. Instead of waiting for strong evidence, it begins treating even weak signals as possible threats. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes sense. Missing a genuine danger could have been deadly, while reacting to a harmless situation usually carried a smaller cost. But in the modern world, that same strategy can become overwhelming. Stress also changes the way memories are processed. When your brain is under constant pressure, it becomes more likely to remember failures, embarrassing moments, and frightening experiences. Those memories strengthen future predictions, making the world appear even more threatening than before. A single negative experience can begin influencing dozens of future situations because the brain is trying to prevent the same pain from happening again. This creates a powerful feedback loop. Stress changes predictions. Predictions change perception. Perception reinforces stress. The cycle continues until the brain begins treating temporary danger as though it were permanent reality. The remarkable thing is that the opposite process can happen as well. When people repeatedly experience safety, supportive relationships, and successful outcomes, the brain gradually updates its internal model. It becomes less focused on searching for danger and more willing to notice opportunities, connection, and possibility. The outside world may not become objectively safer overnight, but the prediction system becomes more balanced because it has learned that not every uncertain situation leads to harm. This is one reason why recovery from chronic stress often takes time. The brain is not simply changing a mood. It is rebuilding the predictive model it uses to understand the world. Every positive experience becomes new evidence That reality may be different from what anxiety has been predicting. Perhaps the most important lesson is that stress and anxiety are not signs that your brain is broken. They are signs that your prediction system is working overtime to protect you. The problem is not that the brain predicts danger. The problem is that prolonged stress teaches the brain to expect danger almost everywhere. That expectation quietly reshapes your reality. It changes what captures your attention, how you interpret uncertainty, what memories become strongest, and which future possibilities feel most likely. The world itself has not transformed. The internal model through which your brain understands the world has. And that is both the challenge and the hope hidden inside the predictive brain. Because if experience can teach your brain to expect constant danger, new experiences can also teach it something just as powerful. They can gradually remind it that reality is often far wider, safer, and more complex than fear alone ever allows it to see. When the brain's predictions fail understanding perceptual errors, there is a strange moment that almost everyone has experienced. You wave at someone across the street because you are certain it is your friend. As they get closer, you suddenly realize you have never seen this person before. Or you hear your phone ring, reach into your pocket, and discover there was no call at all. Maybe you read a sentence twice because your brain quietly replaced one word with another that seemed to fit better. These moments feel embarrassing or confusing, but they reveal something extraordinary. They expose the hidden prediction system your brain usually keeps invisible. Most of the time, your brain's predictions are astonishingly accurate. They allow you to recognize faces in an instant, understand speech in noisy environments, and navigate familiar places without thinking about every step. But prediction is still prediction. It is never a perfect copy of reality. Every now and then, the brain guesses incorrectly, and for a brief moment, you catch the machinery behind perception making a mistake. That mistake is known as a perceptual error. To understand why these errors happen, imagine trying to finish someone else's sentence before they are done speaking. If you know the person well and understand the conversation, you will probably guess correctly most of the time. But occasionally they surprise you with an unexpected word, and suddenly your prediction falls apart. Your brain works in exactly the same way with the outside world. It is constantly trying to finish reality before reality has fully arrived. This approach is incredibly efficient because the world moves far too quickly for your brain to wait for complete information. Every second, millions of signals reach your senses. If your brain insisted on processing every tiny detail before acting, you would struggle to catch a ball, cross a busy street, or even follow an ordinary conversation. Instead, it predicts first and corrects later if necessary. Most of the time, those corrections happen so quickly that you never notice them. Imagine walking through your house in dim lighting. You see a shape on the floor that instantly looks like a backpack. As you get closer, you realize it is only a pile of clothes. For a brief moment, your brain constructed an incorrect reality because it filled in missing information using the most likely explanation. Once better visual evidence arrived, the prediction changed. The fascinating part is that your eyes were not malfunctioning. They provided limited information because of the poor lighting. Your brain simply did what it always does. It completed the picture using previous experience. The same process explains why optical illusions are so powerful. An illusion does not trick your eyes. It reveals the assumptions your brain normally uses to understand the world. Certain patterns, lighting conditions, or perspectives encourage your prediction system to choose an interpretation that feels completely obvious. Even after someone explains the illusion, you often continue seeing it because the prediction system is operating automatically. Perceptual errors are not limited to vision. Think about hearing your name in a crowded room. Sometimes you turn around only to discover nobody called you. Your brain was already prepared to detect one of the most important sounds in your environment, so it interpreted a similar sound as a perfect match. The prediction briefly became stronger than the actual evidence. Memory creates similar errors. Have you ever confidently remembered putting your keys on the kitchen table, only to find them somewhere completely different? The memory felt certain because your brain filled in a familiar pattern. Perhaps that is where you usually place them. Instead of recalling the exact event, your brain reconstructed the most probable version based on habit. Confidence made the memory feel accurate even though reality told a different story. Stress and emotion can make these mistakes even more common. Imagine walking alone at night after watching a frightening movie. Every unexpected sound suddenly feels important. A moving shadow appears threatening. Ordinary noises become suspicious. Your brain is operating with a prediction that danger is nearby, so ambiguous information is more likely to be interpreted as a threat. The world has not become more dangerous. Your predictive model has become more cautious. The opposite happens when you feel completely safe. Small warning signs may be overlooked because your brain predicts that everything is normal. In both cases, perception changes not because your senses have changed, but because your predictions have. Scientists often describe these moments as prediction errors. Every time reality differs from what the brain expected, it receives valuable information. These errors are not failures in the usual sense. They are actually one of the primary ways the brain learns. Every surprise forces the prediction system to become a little more accurate. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. In the beginning, your predictions are constantly wrong. You lean too far, turn too sharply, or lose your balance. Each mistake teaches your brain something new about how movement works. Over time, the prediction system improves until riding becomes automatic. Without those early errors, learning would never happen. The same principle applies throughout your entire life. Every misunderstanding, every mistaken assumption, every unexpected outcome gives your brain an opportunity to refine its internal model of reality. In that sense, perceptual errors are not signs that your brain is broken. They are evidence that it is constantly updating itself. Perhaps the most surprising lesson is that a perfect prediction system would actually stop learning. If the brain never encountered mistakes, it would have no reason to change its understanding of the world. The occasional failure is not a flaw in the system. It is one of the reasons the system continues improving. This changes the way we should think about being wrong. We often treat mistakes as something to avoid at all costs, but your brain depends on them. Every incorrect prediction is a conversation between expectation and reality. Reality pushes back, the brain listens, and its internal model becomes more refined than it was before. The remarkable truth is that you almost never notice the millions of predictions your brain gets right every single day. You only notice the rare moments when the illusion briefly breaks apart and reality refuses to match the story your mind was already telling itself. Those moments may feel like failures, but they are actually glimpses behind the curtain. They reveal that perception has never been a passive recording of the world. It has always been an active process of prediction, correction, and learning. And every perceptual error reminds us that the reality we experience is not simply discovered by the brain. It is continuously built, tested, and improved one prediction at a time. How culture and experience quietly shape your personal reality. Imagine two people standing in exactly the same place, watching exactly the same event unfold. They hear the same words, see the same expressions, and witness the same actions. Yet, when they describe what happened afterward, their stories sound surprisingly different. One remembers kindness where the other remembers disrespect. One focuses on opportunity while the other remembers risk. Neither person is deliberately lying. They are simply describing the reality their brains constructed. This is one of the most fascinating truths about human perception. Your brain does not build reality using only what your senses detect. It also builds it using everything you have learned throughout your life. Every conversation, every childhood experience, every success, every failure, every lesson from your family, and every value taught by your culture becomes part of the invisible framework your brain uses to interpret the world. From the day you are born, your brain begins collecting patterns. It learns which faces are familiar, which sounds carry meaning, which behaviors are rewarded, and which situations should be avoided. These patterns slowly become the foundation of your internal model of reality. Long before you consciously form opinions, your brain is already learning what feels normal, what feels strange, what feels safe, and what feels threatening. Imagine growing up near the ocean. The sound of crashing waves may become comforting because your brain has connected it with home, family, and security. Someone who has never lived near the sea might experience those same sounds very differently. The physical sound waves are identical, but the meaning attached to them depends on years of personal experience. The same process shapes almost everything you encounter. Consider eye contact. In some cultures, looking directly into someone's eyes is seen as a sign of honesty, confidence, and respect. In others, prolonged eye contact can be interpreted as aggressive or disrespectful. The behavior itself does not carry a universal meaning. Your brain assigns meaning based on the patterns it learned while growing up. Language provides another remarkable example. When you hear a word, you do not simply recognize its sound. Your brain instantly connects it to memories, emotions, and experiences built over many years. Certain words may bring comfort because they remind you of someone you love. Others may trigger anxiety because they are linked to painful memories. Two people can hear the exact same sentence and experience completely different emotional reactions because their brains have built different internal associations. Even the way you define success, happiness, or failure is deeply influenced by experience. Imagine two children growing up in completely different environments. One is praised whenever they achieve perfect results. The other is encouraged simply for trying their best. As adults, they may face the same challenge but experience it differently. One brain predicts that mistakes are dangerous and should be avoided. The other predicts that mistakes are part of learning. The event is identical, but the internal model shaping the experience is completely different. This explains why your first experiences are often so powerful. The brain gives extra importance to early patterns because it has so little information available. Those first lessons become building blocks for future predictions. As the years pass, your brain continues updating its model, but the earliest foundations often remain surprisingly influential. Culture works in much the same way. Every society teaches its members what deserves attention. It shapes ideas about beauty, success, respect, family, ambition, and belonging. These lessons become so familiar that they stop feeling like learned ideas and begin feeling like objective reality. Your brain quietly absorbs them until they become part of the prediction system guiding everyday perception. This is why traveling to a different culture can feel so surprising. You suddenly discover that many things you considered obvious are not universal at all. Different customs, different social rules, and different ways of thinking reveal that reality is often interpreted rather than simply observed. Your brain begins realizing that many of its assumptions were built through experience rather than through absolute truth. The same principle applies to personal relationships. If someone grows up surrounded by trust and emotional support, their brain may naturally predict that people are generally dependable. Another person raised in an unpredictable environment may develop the opposite expectation. When both individuals meet someone new, they do not begin from the same starting point. Their brains interpret identical behaviors through completely different predictive models. This does not mean one person's reality is entirely correct while the other person's is entirely wrong. It means every brain builds its understanding using the evidence it has collected throughout life. Those experiences become lenses through which new information is interpreted. Perhaps the most remarkable part is that these lenses are often invisible to us. Most people assume they are simply seeing the world as it is. In reality, they are seeing the world through years of accumulated learning. Your brain quietly decides what deserves attention, what feels important, what appears familiar, and what seems unusual long before your conscious mind begins thinking about it. This hidden influence also explains why changing deeply held beliefs can be so difficult. New information does not enter an empty mind. It enters a brain that already contains thousands of interconnected predictions built over decades. If the new evidence fits the existing model, it is accepted easily. If it challenges that model, the brain often resists because updating its internal map requires effort and uncertainty. Yet this is also where human growth becomes possible. Every meaningful conversation, every unfamiliar experience, every book you read, every place you visit, and every person you meet has the potential to reshape the predictions your brain carries into the future. The internal model is not fixed. It is constantly evolving, slowly adjusting as reality provides new evidence. That may be the most hopeful truth about the predictive brain. You are not permanently trapped inside the reality your past created. Every new experience becomes another opportunity for your brain to refine its understanding of the world. Culture and experience may quietly shape your perception, but they do not have the final word. The reality you experience today is the product of countless moments that came before it. Every memory, every lesson, every relationship, and every environment has contributed to the invisible model your brain uses to interpret the present. You never encounter the world with an empty mind. You meet it with a lifetime of predictions already in motion. And in every new moment, your brain continues rewriting that model, quietly shaping the unique reality that only you will ever experience. The curious link between placebos and the brain's predictive power. Imagine walking into a doctor's office with a headache that has been bothering you for hours. The doctor listens carefully, hands you a pill, and confidently tells you that you should start feeling better very soon. You take the pill, wait a little while, and the pain begins to fade. Later you discover something astonishing. The pill contained no medicine at all. It was made of completely inactive ingredients. Nothing inside that tablet should have changed your body. Yet somehow, you genuinely felt better. At first, this sounds impossible. How can a fake treatment produce a real effect? Is the pain imaginary? Did the person simply convince themselves they were healed? The answer is far more fascinating than either of those explanations. The placebo effect is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that your brain does not simply react to reality. It predicts reality, and those predictions can literally change what you experience. Throughout this journey, we have seen that your brain is constantly trying to guess what is about to happen. It builds an internal model of the world using memories, expectations, and past experiences. Every sight, sound, and sensation is compared against those predictions before it reaches your conscious awareness. The placebo effect reveals that this predictive system is so powerful that it can influence your body itself. Imagine you have taken medicine many times throughout your life. Each time, you swallow a pill, wait a while, and gradually begin feeling better. Your brain learns this pattern. Pill means treatment. Treatment means recovery. Over the years, that prediction becomes deeply embedded inside your nervous system. Then one day, even when the pill contains no active drug, the prediction alone can trigger genuine biological changes. Scientists have discovered that placebo treatments can lead the brain to release its own natural pain-relieving chemicals. In some situations, the brain produces substances similar to the ones targeted by actual medications. Heart rate can change. Stress levels can decrease. Pain can become less intense. None of these effects are imaginary. They are measurable changes happening inside the body because the brain predicted that healing was about to occur. This completely changes the way we think about expectation. Most people imagine expectations as simple thoughts inside the mind. But expectations are much more than ideas. They are instructions that prepare the brain and body for what comes next. If your brain strongly predicts relief, it begins adjusting your internal systems in ways that make relief more likely. Now imagine the opposite situation. Suppose someone is told that a harmless treatment will produce unpleasant side effects. Even though nothing dangerous is actually happening, they may begin experiencing headaches, nausea, dizziness, or discomfort. This is known as the nocebo effect. Just as positive expectations can improve experience, negative expectations can make ordinary sensations feel worse. Once again, the brain is not pretending. It is following its predictive model. The expectation changes the way incoming information is interpreted. Minor sensations that would normally be ignored suddenly become important because the brain has already predicted discomfort. The body responds accordingly, creating an experience that feels completely real. Think about how often this happens in everyday life without medication. Have you ever felt nervous before giving a presentation, only to notice your hands becoming sweaty and your heart beating faster long before you stepped onto the stage? Nothing dangerous had happened yet. Your brain simply predicted a stressful situation, and your body prepared for it in advance. Or think about the excitement you feel before meeting someone you love after being apart for a long time. Before you even see them, your mood begins changing. Your energy rises. You smile without realizing it. Once again, prediction comes before experience. The placebo effect is simply one of the clearest demonstrations of a system that is already operating every day. Your brain is constantly using expectations to prepare your body for the future. This does not mean expectations can cure every illness or replace genuine medical treatment. Serious diseases require real medical care, and no amount of belief can eliminate every physical condition. But the placebo effect reminds us that healing is not controlled by chemistry alone. The brain itself plays an active role in shaping how symptoms are experienced. This makes perfect sense from the perspective of predictive processing. Your brain is always trying to reduce uncertainty. If it strongly believes recovery has begun, it adjusts countless systems to match that expectation. Pain becomes less urgent. Stress responses calm down. Attention shifts away from discomfort. The body and brain begin working together toward the reality they both expect. Perhaps the most surprising part is that the placebo effect works even when people sometimes know they are taking a placebo. In certain studies, patients have experienced improvements after being honestly told that the pill contained no active medication. Simply understanding how powerful the brain's predictive systems are can still influence perception and symptoms. That reveals just how deeply expectation is woven into human experience. The placebo effect also teaches an important lesson about the relationship between the mind and the body. We often think of them as separate systems, but they are constantly communicating. Every prediction made by the brain influences hormones, attention, muscle tension, immune activity, and countless other biological processes. Your thoughts are not floating separately from your physical body. They are part of the system that helps regulate it. This is why confidence, trust, and reassurance can sometimes have profound effects during recovery. Feeling safe changes predictions. Changing predictions changes perception, and changing perception can influence the body's responses in meaningful ways. In the end, the placebo effect is not evidence that reality is fake. It is evidence that your brain has always been an active participant in creating your experience of reality. Every expectation becomes part of the prediction machine that shapes what you see, what you feel, and even how your body responds to the world around it. A simple sugar pill should not be able to ease pain, yet sometimes it does, not because the medicine was powerful, but because the most powerful pharmacy was inside the brain all along. Every moment of your life, that hidden prediction system is quietly preparing you for the future, transforming belief into biology, expectation into experience, and possibility into the reality you live. What psychedelics reveal about the construction of reality. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that the rules of reality no longer feel fixed. Colors seem brighter than ever before. Ordinary objects appear strangely alive. Time stretches and bends in ways that make minutes feel like hours. Familiar thoughts dissolve into completely new patterns, and the boundary between you and the world seems less solid than it did yesterday. The room around you has not changed, yet your experience of it feels entirely different. What could cause such a dramatic shift? For decades, scientists believed these unusual experiences were simply random distortions of the brain. But as research has advanced, a far more fascinating picture has emerged. Psychedelics do not just create strange experiences. They reveal something that is happening inside your brain every moment of your life. They expose how reality is constructed rather than simply received. Everything we have explored in this journey points toward one central idea. Your brain is constantly predicting the world before you consciously experience it. It uses memories, expectations, emotions, and previous knowledge to interpret incomplete sensory information. Most of the time, this system is incredibly stable. It keeps your perception consistent, allowing reality to feel solid and predictable. Psychedelics appear to temporarily loosen that stability. Instead of allowing the brain's usual predictions to dominate perception, these substances reduce the influence of deeply established expectations. The rigid patterns your brain normally relies on become less controlling, while incoming sensory information and unexpected connections gain more influence. It is almost as if the brain becomes less certain about its own predictions and more willing to explore possibilities it would normally ignore. Imagine wearing the same pair of glasses every day for your entire life. Eventually, you stop noticing the glasses completely. They become invisible because your brain adapts to them. Now imagine someone suddenly replacing those lenses with an entirely different pair. The world would immediately look unfamiliar. The environment itself would not have changed. Only the system interpreting it would be different. That is similar to what psychedelics reveal. They do not create an entirely new universe. They alter the predictive machinery that normally organizes your experience of the existing one. This explains why people often describe seeing familiar places as though they were completely new. A tree that has been ignored for years suddenly becomes endlessly fascinating. Ordinary music feels deeply emotional. Simple patterns appear rich with detail. The brain is paying attention to information that its usual predictive shortcuts might have filtered out. One of the most striking effects involves the sense of self. During ordinary waking life, your brain maintains a stable model of who you are. It separates your body from the outside world, organizes your memories into a personal story, and creates the feeling that there is a single observer experiencing everything. This sense of identity feels permanent because the brain continuously predicts and reinforces it. Under psychedelic experiences, that model can temporarily become less rigid. People sometimes report feeling as though the boundary between themselves and the world has softened. Others describe losing their normal sense of identity altogether, experiencing reality without the familiar narrative that usually defines who they are. Whether those experiences are interpreted spiritually, or psychologically, or scientifically, they demonstrate something remarkable. The sense of self is not simply discovered by the brain. Like perception itself, it is actively constructed. Time can also begin behaving in unusual ways. Minutes may seem endless, while entire hours disappear unexpectedly. This happens because your experience of time is not measured by a perfect internal clock. It is built by the brain using attention, memory, and prediction. When those predictive systems change, the experience of time changes with them. Perhaps the most fascinating lesson comes from visual perception. Many people describe patterns flowing across surfaces, ordinary objects appearing unusually meaningful, or colors becoming far more vivid. These experiences are not simply random images floating into awareness. They suggest that perception depends on a delicate balance between sensory input and the brain's expectations. When that balance shifts, the constructed nature of reality becomes much easier to observe. This does not mean psychedelic experiences reveal a hidden objective reality that everyone else is missing, nor does it mean the experiences should always be interpreted literally. Instead, they provide scientists with an unusual opportunity to study what happens when the brain's predictive systems operate differently. By observing those changes, researchers gain valuable insight into how ordinary perception is built in the first place. Interestingly, Many people also report seeing familiar problems from entirely new perspectives. Long-held assumptions suddenly appear flexible. Emotional patterns that once felt permanent become easier to question. This may happen because the brain's deeply learned predictions are temporarily less dominant, allowing alternative interpretations to emerge more easily. That does not automatically make every new insight correct. A different perception is not necessarily a more accurate perception. The brain is still constructing experience, only using a different balance between prediction and sensory information. Some insights may prove meaningful, while others may simply reflect the unusual state of the predictive system. The important point is that these experiences remind us how flexible human perception can be. Scientists continue studying psychedelics not because they magically reveal ultimate truth, but because they help uncover the mechanisms behind ordinary consciousness. They offer a rare glimpse into what happens when the brain's normal predictive hierarchy becomes temporarily reorganized. By understanding those changes, researchers hope to better understand perception, learning, mental health, and even the nature of conscious experience itself. Perhaps the most profound realization is not that psychedelics change reality. It is that they reveal how much of reality is already being assembled by your brain every waking moment. The stable world you experience every day feels effortless because your predictive systems are working so smoothly that you never notice them. When those systems change, even briefly, the construction process becomes impossible to ignore. In the end, psychedelics are less like windows into another universe and more like temporary glimpses behind the curtain of your own mind. They reveal that reality has never been a simple recording delivered by your senses. It has always been an active creation, built from predictions, memories, emotions, and incoming evidence working together in extraordinary harmony. The world around you remains the same, but the way your brain organizes it can change dramatically, reminding us that the greatest reality simulator we will ever encounter has been inside our own heads from the very beginning. Can artificial intelligence hallucinate the way human brains do? There is a strange coincidence hiding in modern technology. When an artificial intelligence confidently invents information that is not actually true, people call it a hallucination. At first, the comparison sounds surprisingly accurate. After all, we have spent this entire journey discovering that the human brain also constructs reality using predictions rather than passively recording the world. So the question almost asks itself, are human brains and artificial intelligence making the same kind of mistake? The answer is both yes and no. On the surface, the similarities are impossible to ignore. Neither a human brain nor an artificial intelligence experiences reality by simply copying information exactly as it appears. Both systems rely heavily on patterns learned from enormous amounts of previous data. Both try to predict what comes next. Both fill in missing information when the available evidence is incomplete, and both can sometimes produce answers that sound completely convincing while being entirely wrong. But beneath those similarities lies a fundamental difference. Your brain is not trying to generate words. It is trying to keep you alive. Everything your brain predicts is connected to a living body moving through a physical world. Every sight, sound, smell, touch, and emotion constantly provides feedback. If your brain predicts that the floor is solid, and it is not, your body immediately experiences the consequences. If it predicts that a hot stove is safe to touch, pain quickly forces the prediction to change. Reality continuously pushes back against your internal model. Artificial intelligence does not experience that kind of feedback. It learns patterns from enormous collections of text, images, or other forms of data. When it produces a response, it is generating the most statistically likely continuation based on those learned patterns. It does not possess a body testing those predictions against physical reality in the way a human brain constantly does. Think about how a child learns what fire is. The child sees it, feels its warmth from a safe distance, watches adults respond carefully, hears warnings, and eventually builds an understanding connected to direct sensory experience. The brain combines vision, touch, emotion, memory, and prediction into one complete model of reality. An artificial intelligence, on the other hand, may learn from millions of descriptions about fire without ever experiencing heat. It recognizes relationships between words, concepts, and patterns, but those relationships are fundamentally different from the lived experience that shapes a human brain. This distinction becomes especially important when mistakes happen. When people say an artificial intelligence has hallucinated, they usually mean it confidently generated information that is false, unsupported, or entirely invented. Perhaps it creates a fictional historical event, invents a scientific paper that never existed, or confidently attributes a quote to the wrong person. The system is not deliberately lying. It is extending learned patterns beyond the available evidence. Humans do something surprisingly similar. Imagine trying to remember a conversation from several years ago. Your brain may confidently reconstruct details that never actually happened. It fills gaps using previous experiences, expectations, and familiar patterns. The memory feels completely real because the brain is designed to create coherent stories rather than preserve perfect recordings. The similarity is obvious. Both systems generate convincing outputs based on incomplete information. But the reason they do so is very different. Human perception exists to guide action in a constantly changing environment. Your predictions are continuously corrected by vision, hearing, touch, balance, pain, emotion, and social interaction. Even when your brain makes mistakes, reality is always providing fresh evidence that allows your internal model to improve. Artificial intelligence depends almost entirely on the information available during training and the context provided during interaction. It does not naturally experience hunger, fear, balance, temperature, fatigue, or physical consequences. Without those biological feedback systems, its predictions are grounded differently from yours. Another important difference is that humans possess goals shaped by survival. When you walk through a crowded street, your brain predicts where people will move, where obstacles might appear, and how to avoid danger. Those predictions are tied directly to protecting your body. Even your emotions influence perception because they evolve to improve survival under uncertainty. Artificial intelligence has no evolutionary history of escaping predators, finding food, protecting family members, or surviving harsh environments. It predicts patterns because that is how it was designed to generate useful responses, not because millions of years of evolution shaped its perception. Yet the comparison remains fascinating because both systems reveal the incredible power of prediction. Neither humans nor artificial intelligence begin every moment from zero. Both rely on previous knowledge to interpret new information. Both become more efficient because they recognize patterns instead of analyzing every possibility from the beginning. Prediction makes both systems remarkably capable, but prediction also creates opportunities for error. In some ways, Studying artificial intelligence has helped scientists think differently about the human brain. Building machines that learn patterns has highlighted just how much of human intelligence depends on prediction rather than passive observation. At the same time, studying the brain continues inspiring new approaches to designing more capable intelligent systems. Perhaps the biggest lesson is that intelligence itself may always involve a balance between prediction and correction. Whether it is a biological brain or an artificial system, making useful guesses is often necessary because complete information is rarely available. The challenge is creating systems that can recognize when those guesses are wrong and update themselves accordingly. For humans, that correction comes from the world itself. Every conversation, every mistake, every unexpected event, and every new experience reshapes the predictive model inside the brain. Reality constantly tests your assumptions and quietly forces them to evolve. Artificial intelligence can also be improved through new information, better training, and external feedback, but it does not possess the continuous stream of lived experience that defines human perception. It processes patterns. You live inside them. So can artificial intelligence hallucinate the way human brains do? In language, the answer appears to be yes. Both can confidently generate things that are not entirely true. But in the deeper sense, the answer is no. Human hallucinations emerge from a living prediction machine that constantly negotiates with a physical world through sensation, emotion, memory, and survival. Artificial intelligence generates predictions from learned patterns without experiencing that world directly. That difference reminds us of something extraordinary. The human brain is not merely an information processor. It is an adaptive reality builder shaped by millions of years of evolution, continuously testing its predictions against the world it inhabits. Artificial intelligence may imitate parts of that process, but the astonishing reality simulator inside your own mind remains unlike anything humanity has ever created. If reality is constructed, can we ever experience the world objectively? After everything we have explored, one question naturally rises above all the others. If your brain is constantly predicting reality, filling in missing information, filtering your senses, shaping perception with emotion, and building experience from expectations, then what does that say about the world itself? If your reality is constructed, is objective reality forever beyond your reach? At first, the answer seems unsettling. It almost sounds as though nothing you experience can be trusted. But that is not what the science is telling us. The remarkable truth is that there is a real world outside your mind. Gravity pulls you toward the ground, whether you believe in it or not. Fire remains hot, whether you expect it to burn or not. The people around you exist independently of your thoughts. Reality does not disappear simply because your brain constructs your experience of it. What changes is not the existence of the world. What changes is your access to it. Think of looking through a window. The landscape outside is real, but the glass influences what you see. If the window is perfectly clean, the view is remarkably accurate. If the glass is colored, scratched, or covered with rain, the scene appears different even though the world itself has not changed. Your brain works in a similar way. It never gives you direct access to reality itself. Instead, it presents the best possible interpretation, built from limited sensory information, previous experience, memory, emotion, and prediction. That interpretation is usually extraordinarily reliable, but it is still an interpretation. This realization is not a weakness of the human mind. It is the very reason we can survive. Imagine trying to function without this predictive system. Every sound would need complete analysis. Every face would seem unfamiliar. Every object would require fresh investigation. Life would become unbearably slow. The brain constructs reality because construction is the only practical way to navigate a world that changes every second. The important question is not whether your brain constructs reality. It absolutely does. The important question is whether those constructions become more accurate over time. Fortunately, they often do. Every mistake you make, every surprise you encounter, every conversation you have, and every new experience provides evidence that allows your brain to refine its internal model. Your predictions become more useful because reality constantly pushes back whenever they are wrong. Think about learning to drive. At first, every movement feels overwhelming. Your predictions are uncertain. You struggle to judge distance, speed, and timing. But after months or years of practice, your brain becomes astonishingly accurate. It predicts traffic, anticipates other drivers, and guides your actions almost effortlessly. You are not seeing a different road than you saw as a beginner. You have simply built a better model of it. Science itself follows this exact principle. Scientists do not assume the first explanation is automatically correct. They test ideas repeatedly against evidence. Every experiment asks the same basic question your brain asks every second. Does reality match the prediction? If the answer is no, the model changes. This is why scientific understanding continues improving. It accepts that every model is incomplete while believing those models can become progressively closer to reality through careful observation and constant correction. The human brain operates in much the same way, although usually without conscious awareness. It constantly predicts. Reality responds. The model updates. The cycle repeats. Perhaps objectivity is not about completely escaping the brain's predictive nature. Perhaps it is about becoming aware of it. The moment you realize your perceptions are shaped by expectations, you become more willing to question those expectations. The moment you recognize that emotions influence interpretation, you become less likely to mistake feelings for facts. The moment you understand that memory reconstructs rather than perfectly records, you become more open to new evidence. True objectivity may never mean seeing reality without a brain. That would be impossible. Instead, it may mean recognizing the limitations of the brain while continually testing its assumptions against the world. This is why conversation with other people matters so much. Every person carries a different predictive model built from different experiences, cultures, memories, and beliefs. When those perspectives meet, they expose blind spots that no single individual could easily notice alone. Reality becomes clearer not because one person possesses perfect perception, but because many imperfect perspectives help correct one another. The same principle explains why curiosity is so valuable. Curiosity keeps predictions flexible. Certainty freezes them. A curious mind remains willing to replace comfortable explanations with better ones when new evidence appears. It understands that confidence and accuracy are not always the same thing. Perhaps the greatest lesson hidden inside the predictive brain is not that reality is an illusion. It is that understanding reality is a continuous process rather than a finished achievement. Every day your brain quietly updates millions of tiny predictions. Most changes are so small you never notice them. Yet over months, years, and decades, those corrections slowly reshape how you understand yourself, other people, and the world around you. In the end, objective reality is not something your brain perfectly captures in a single moment. It is something your mind continually approaches through prediction, experience, correction, and learning. The world outside exists whether you see it accurately or not. Your brain's remarkable task is to build the closest possible model using incomplete information, constantly refining that model every time reality proves it wrong. That may be the most extraordinary truth of all. Your brain is constantly hallucinating reality, but not in the way the word usually suggests. It is creating the most useful version of the world it can, testing it against experience, improving it through error, and rewriting it every second of your life. You do not experience reality exactly as it is. You experience the best model your brain can build at that moment. And perhaps wisdom is not reaching perfect certainty, but recognizing that every new experience is another opportunity to make that model a little closer to the truth. What the predictive brain means for free will, consciousness, and the self, after everything we have uncovered, there is one final question that changes everything. If your brain predicts reality before you become aware of it, if it shapes what you see, hear, remember, and believe long before conscious thought enters the picture, then who is actually in control? Are you making choices, or is your brain making them first? Is the person you call yourself truly directing your life, or is that feeling just another prediction created by the mind? These questions have fascinated philosophers and scientists for centuries, and the predictive brain offers one of the most intriguing ways of thinking about them. Every morning you wake up with a powerful feeling that there is someone inside your head observing the world. It feels like there is a single, continuous self making decisions, remembering the past and planning the future. That feeling seems so obvious that most people never question it. But neuroscience suggests that this experience may itself be something your brain actively constructs. Think about your name for a moment. The instant you hear it, your attention shifts automatically. Memories, emotions, relationships, and countless experiences connected to your identity suddenly become available. Your brain has spent your entire life building a model of who you are. It keeps updating that model every day, connecting new memories with old ones until they form what feels like one consistent person. But that model is not a physical object hiding somewhere inside your brain. It is a prediction. Your brain constantly predicts what kind of person you are, how you usually behave, what you believe, what you value, and what you are likely to do next. That prediction creates the stable feeling of identity you carry from one day to another. Imagine waking up every morning without memories, without expectations, and without any idea who you were. Every experience would feel disconnected. There would be no continuous story connecting yesterday to today. Your brain solves this problem by constantly constructing a narrative called you. That does not mean you are imaginary. It means the experience of being a unified self is created by countless brain systems working together so seamlessly that the construction becomes invisible. The same mystery appears when we think about free will. Imagine someone asks you to choose between tea and coffee. It feels as though you consciously examine the options before making a decision. But researchers have found that activity related to certain decisions can sometimes be detected in the brain before people become consciously aware of choosing. This has led many people to wonder whether consciousness simply observes decisions that have already begun. At first, this sounds unsettling. It almost feels as though free will disappears completely. But the reality is much more complicated. Your conscious mind is not separate from your brain. It is part of the brain. The unconscious processes preparing a decision are not someone else controlling you. They are your own nervous system integrating memories, emotions, goals, habits, and current information long before those processes reach conscious awareness. Conscious thought is not the only part of you. It is one layer of a much larger system working continuously beneath the surface. Think about catching a falling glass. You often move before you even realize what happened. Your body predicts the movement. Your muscles respond, and only afterward does your conscious mind fully understand the event. If conscious awareness had to control every action from the beginning, you would react far too slowly for everyday life. Prediction makes fast action possible. Consciousness appears to serve a different purpose. Rather than controlling every tiny movement, consciousness may help integrate information across time. It allows you to reflect on the past, imagine the future, evaluate different possibilities, and change long-term behavior. It is less like a driver pulling every lever and more like an editor reviewing, organizing, and influencing the direction of the entire system. This perspective also changes how we think about choice. Your decisions are influenced by genetics, childhood experiences, culture, emotions, memories, and the countless predictions your brain has built over decades. Yet those influences do not necessarily eliminate free will. They become the very ingredients from which your decisions emerge. Every experience changes your predictive model. Every lesson reshapes future choices. Every mistake updates the brain that will make tomorrow's decisions. In that sense, free will may not mean making choices independent of your brain. It may mean that your brain remains capable of learning, adapting, and deliberately changing itself through experience. Consciousness plays a remarkable role in that process. When you reflect on your actions, question your assumptions, or deliberately practice a new habit, your conscious attention becomes new evidence for the predictive system. Over time, repeated awareness changes the brain's expectations. What once required effort gradually becomes automatic because the prediction itself has changed. This means the self is not a fixed object. It is a living process. The person you are today is slightly different from the person who began watching this video. Every idea you have encountered has become new information for your predictive brain. Some predictions may remain unchanged. Others may quietly begin shifting without you even noticing. Perhaps that is the most extraordinary part of being human. Your brain is constantly rewriting the story of who you are while giving you the feeling of remaining the same person throughout the journey. The self is stable enough to provide continuity, yet flexible enough to keep growing. Consciousness allows you to witness parts of that process. Prediction allows the process to happen at all. In the end, the predictive brain does not destroy the mystery of free will, consciousness, or personal identity. It makes those mysteries even more fascinating. It suggests that the person you experience every day is neither an illusion nor an unchanging object. You are an ongoing construction, a constantly evolving model built from memory, prediction, sensation, emotion, and experience. Every moment your brain is updating that model, quietly preparing your next thought before you become aware of it, shaping your next decision before it feels like a choice, and rewriting the story you call yourself. Perhaps the greatest discovery is not that your brain hallucinates reality. It is that the most remarkable reality it continuously creates may be the one you have called me for your entire life.